not so pretty. Free myself from worries so I can see it's just a beautiful day. It's just a beautiful day. You could be sad, but I'd rather you not be. Don't dwell on the negative, just the positivity. And it's a beautiful day. Yeah, it's a beautiful day.
It's just,
Yeah, it's a beautiful day.
it's just,
Yeah, it's a beautiful day.
it's just
Yeah, take a look into the sky. Take a look into the sky.
in the sky.
Keep your head up high. Take a look into the sky. I take a look into the sky. 'Cause the world is not so pretty. Free my
The AutoTrader.com pregame show is brought to you by AutoTrader.com, the biggest, best used car site on the planet.
This is Shea Stadium in New York. If the last 10 playoff games played here are any hint, we have a barn burner awaiting us today. Mike Piazza's Mets have won 4 of their last 5 at home in the postseason. Barry Bonds and the Giants just hoping to recover from Thursday night's giveaway by the Bay. It's Game 3 of the National League Division Series and the AutoTrader.com pregame show with Joe Buck, Tim McCarver, and Josh Lewin standing by in New York alongside Steve Lyons. I'm Keith Olbermann, and the questions still ring from Thursday night in San Francisco. Mets tag Giants reliever Felix Rodriguez in the top of the 9th. JT Snow pinch hits the game-saving homer in the bottom of the 9th. So why is Rodriguez still on the mound to lose the game in the top of the 10th?
Especially when you have Rob Nen out there, your closer, who has 41 saves on the season. He saved 28 games in a row for that team. But in order to understand Dusty's reasoning, you have to see what happened. Here's Fonzie with the 2-run homer, and you see where that pitch is from Rodriguez. He didn't have his best stuff. The ball ends up in the seat. There's Rob Nen warming up and ready to go. And then in the 10th inning, Rodriguez comes out there again. That ball left out over the middle to Darryl Hamilton. He hammers it into the gap. Nice hustle double here by Hamilton. Puts himself in scoring position. Watch the next pitch to Jay Payton. Out over the middle of the plate. Very hittable again. You wonder where was Rob Nen as you see Hamilton coming around to score, which eventually would be the winning run. Now, Dusty said he didn't want to use another double switch. He was afraid of what he had left on his roster. And you know what? There is no other manager in the game today that could have managed this team into the situation they're in right now. So it's tough to question Dusty Baker. But if I have Rob Nen in that situation, I got to use him.
Or somebody besides Rodriguez after what he didn't show.
Who's also done a tremendous job. He just didn't have his stuff.
Have it there. All right, whatever the Mets do today or the rest of the year, they'll do it without Derek Bell. The right fielder who sprained his ankle in Game 1 is out for the year. Giants starter Sean Estes, who sprained his in Game 2, is out for the series. And in Boston, it's not the manager who's out nor the general manager, but the owners. John Harrington, who's run the club for the Yawkey Trust since 1994, put the Red Sox up for sale yesterday. Expected price tag up to $360 million. This could be trouble. The last time the franchise changed hands, it wound up in court for 3 years. The time before that, part of Fenway Park burned down. Bitter timing for Boston fans. Their arch rivals, the Yankees, now just a win away from a 3rd straight trip to the American League Championship Series. For last night in the Bronx, with Jeremy Giambi up and the Yanks already up 2-1, and a man on. Dave Justice in left field, everybody?
Doesn't get as much credit for his defense as he deserves. Not a tremendous outfielder, but he can still go get him.
And how about getting him this way? Luis Sojo didn't step on anything and creates the 4-6-3 double play.
It's easier to throw him out while you're laying down.
There's no feet to get in the way. Mariano Rivera requires nothing but that pitch. Blows down Eric Chavez, and then in the bottom of the 8th, Mr. October, Luis Sojo. Another RBI.
You can make a great case, as you have, that's your MVP since he showed up on that team.
Terrence Long may or may not play, the center fielder for the A's tonight. Today, do or go home for the Braves. Looks like go home. Second pitch of the game, Fernando Vina, only 3 out-of-the-park homers all year. Homers off Kevin Millwood. Cards about to sweep Atlanta. St. Louis kicked their aces.
Yeah, a lot has been talked about the fact that Glavine and Maddox don't have as good a postseason records as they do during the regular season, but it's time to give the Cards credit. Tremendous lineup. The best pickup of the offseason was Jimmy Edmonds' MVP year. We've been talking about that all year long. They are going to move on. The Braves, who are probably the most evenly spread out team as far as their talent, are going to go home and watch it.
And they will be spread out very shortly.
Yes.
Edmonds, by the way, has already set a division series record for extra base hits with 6 in just 3 games. Every October, of course, we have the Joe Niekro Watch, the player who had to wait the longest to reach a World Series to get the ring. Niekro survived 21 years. For Barry Bonds, this is year 15 and counting. The Bonds story is well documented. Up since '86, could have gotten closer to a World Series by just buying a ticket, which is now the only option for Frank Thomas of the White Sox. He'll have to wait another year at least. But there are other longer sufferers. 1986, that's how long Will Clark has been in the bigs, with only his loss by sweep in '89 as a World Series experience. Out of the same class of '86, Andres Galarraga was 37 before he even saw the league championship series, and then had to surmount cancer to get another chance. The man who shares first base with the Big Cat may have had it worse. In Wally Joyner's magical rookie season, he was hurt, but his Angels were a strike away from the World Series when Dave Henderson happened. It would finally be a Wally World Series 12 years later. Of course, that was a sweep, and he was the victim of it as a Padre. Jay Surhoff of the Braves reached the bigs a year after Galarraga and Joyner. Edgar Martinez has been waiting since 1987. His one chance at a series berth saw him go 2 for 23 in the ALCS of 1995. Ellis Burks missed Boston's last series trip by 1 year and has now wandered onto the White Sox and Rockies and the Giants and has not gotten any closer. The Mets' Todd Zeile is now in the same boat, only it seems to have been the Flying Dutchman. 8 teams in 6 seasons and not a drop of champagne to drink. It would be a first two for Mike Piazza, drafted by the Dodgers in 1988, the year they last won the Classic. But most poignant are the guys who really just missed. John Franco suffered with the Reds from 1984 through 1989 and was then dealt to the Mets for 1990, the year Cincinnati swept Oakland in the series. His now teammate Mike Bordick was on the Oakland squad that year, a rookie who pinch ran 3 times and missed the A's last series crown by 1 season. And there's Doug Jones of the A's, who began the 1982 season as a rookie in the Milwaukee bullpen. The Brewers went to the World Series that year. Jones went back to the minors. Finally, there is Jeff Kent. On the 27th of August, in his rookie year of 1992, the Toronto Blue Jays traded him to the then lowly Mets. 2 months later, his ex-teammates won the whole can of Cheese Whiz. The next year, '93, the Jays did it again. Kent and the Mets finished with the worst record in the game. And that wasn't the last time it happened to Kent. He was traded by the Giants in November, to the Giants in November of '96 by the Indians, who, of course, went to the World Series the next fall. Bobby Valentine, of course, somewhat facially expressive during these games, but focus a camera on Dusty Baker, and you'll see that in this department, he is the king of managerial emotions.
The Giants, winners of the National League's Western Division, take the field, leading the series 1-0. And a line drive center field base hit. 2 runs will score. 2-0 on Edgardo Alfonso, and he smokes one in a deep left center field. No digs in. High fly ball in a deep right field, rolling back to the wall.
Rios with just a terrible base running blunder right here for the Giants.
You know, we're not talking about 2 tremendous baseball teams here. We're talking about one team, the Giants. Nobody plays harder than they do. Nobody plays with more heart than the Mets do, straight from their manager. You know, I had to give him my right arm to play for a guy like Dusty Baker. He has a player's mentality. He shows up with wristbands. He instills confidence in those guys. That's why they are in the playoffs.
All right, that's it for us. We'll be back after the game and during it as events warrant. For Steve Lyons, I'm Keith Olbermann. A day shy of exactly a year since he won Game 3 of a division series. Rick Reed tries to do it again with Sandy Koufax on hand to watch his high school teammate Fred Wilpons Mets. We'll watch Joe Buck, Tim McCarver, Josh Lewin standing by at Shea. After this break, please let us take you out to the ball game.
this division series between the San Francisco Giants and the New York Mets as we welcome you on a crisp October day to Shea Stadium. Baseball on Fox. This crowd is ready to go as we welcome you to the broadcast booth. I'm Joe Buck along with my partner Tim McCarver. I don't know about you, but I'm excited to be here for this series, Game 3, especially the way Game 2 unfolded with the Mets blowing that 3-run lead in the 9th inning only to win it in the 10th. Many people will say it going into Game 3. The Mets have all the momentum.
I think in the best 3 out of 5 series, Joe, that there is momentum within a game. The Mets proved that in Game 2. Between games, not a lot of momentum. Take the Oakland Athletics. Who could have gone into the postseason any better off than the Athletics? They win Game 1 against the Yankees, who had been playing miserably for 3 weeks. Then the Yankees come back and win 2 in a row, and Oakland's fighting for their collective lives tonight in the Bronx.
Well, who's going to be fighting it on the mound today for these two clubs? Really a study in opposites when you look at the two starters, Russ Ortiz and Rick Reed, with regard to their control. Ortiz walked 125 batters last year, and this year, second highest in the National League, walks per 9 innings pitched. Reed is a controlled type pitcher, and we'll talk more about him as this game wears on. Dusty Baker gives us the scouting report on his 26-year-old starting right-hander.
You know, he's young. And, you know, I mean, you look at a lot of guys, the power pitchers, when they first came up, they had a problem with control. And, you know, a lot of it's going to depend on what kind of strike zone the umpire has. The umpire has a tight zone, it could be tough. If the umpire has a liberal zone, or if he shows early in the game his ability to throw strikes early in the count, then he'll more than likely get some things.
Here in New York after Game 2, the Mets stole the back page. They were amazing in Game 2. What do they have in store for the Giants today? Will their big boppers take care of San Francisco, or will the Giants walk into Gotham and take it to the Mets? Game 3 of this division series next on Fox. Welcome back to Shea Stadium, and right on cue, this crowd to its feet as they welcome the wild card winners for the year 2000 in the National League, the New York Mets, led by Bobby Valentine. This series even at a game apiece. A thrilling win for the Mets in Game 2, blowing that 9th inning lead. They won it in the 10th inning on a hit by Jay Payton. Rick Reed is on the mound today for the New York Mets. And here's the starting lineup for the San Francisco Giants, brought to you by Autotrader.com. Marvin Bernard will lead off in center field. Bill Miller bats second and third base. Barry Bonds hits third and left field. Then it's Jeff Kent. You talk to these Giant players, they'll tell you Jeff Kent is our MVP, and he should be the National League's MVP. Then it's Ellis Burks in right, J.T. Snow at first, Rich Aurelio is the shortstop, Bobby Estelea is the catcher, and Russ Ortiz is pitching and batting ninth. And now the defense for the Mets. Akbayani, Payton, and Timo Perez in the outfield left to right. And there's the infield without that 60s effect underneath that graphic. And it's Rick Reed and Mike Piazza, the battery here for Game 3. You see what they do up the middle. Very strong up the middle on this Mets team defensively. They're solid defensively up the middle for the Giants, but not as flashy. And here's Rick Reed.
If throughout this game Rick Reed reminds you of Greg Maddux, well, it's more than a coincidence. A lot of hitters say that he reminds them of Greg Maddux. He'll run that fastball, the tailing fastball, in under the arms of the left-handed batters. He has trouble with his breaking ball since his return in mid-July. That's when he hurt that left wrist. He varies speeds with excellent control. He has a quick move to first base, but he is long in getting the ball to home plate. That from Dusty Baker before the ball game. Excellent fielding pitcher also.
Mets fans hope that he doesn't remind them of Greg Maddux in this postseason, or any Atlanta pitcher for that matter. And they're in the bottom of the 9th inning in Atlanta with the Cardinals just a matter of outs away from the National League Championship Series, leading 7-1. Program also available in Spanish by utilizing the SAP button on your television. Glad you're with us. Game 3 is officially underway with a strike. Marvin Bernard, Bill Miller, and Barry Bonds here in the first inning for the Giants, who had the best record in the National League this year, 97 and 65. Popped up foul out of play, strike two.
Joe, that was that fastball we were talking about. You could see Piazza setting up inside to Bernard. And he got it right where he wanted to. However, good control is throwing a ball when necessary, too. And there's the final Joe was talking about. St. Louis defeating Atlanta 3 in a row. 3 and out for the Braves.
And that's the reaction from this crowd, knowing that their Mets, if they get past the Giants, don't have to go through Dixie to get to the World Series. Bernard pops it foul, backing out of play.
That's an example, though, of Rick Reed throwing too many strikes. A lot of times pitchers get locked into that strike zone, and on 0-2 and 1-2, when you want a hitter to reach for a pitch like that, you throw a ball right down the middle of the plate.
The 0-2 from Reed. Wouldn't go after it. A ball and 2 strikes. Home plate umpire is Jerry Crawford, with Brian Gorman at first, Rocky Rowe at second, Mike DeMuro at third base, with Rieker and Kraft down the lines. Goodbye, Marvin Bernard. Strikeout number 1 and out number 1 for Rick Reed.
After 4 pitches, about the same speed, he pulls the string. That ball had a little screwball action as it goes away from Bernard. That's an idea of what we were talking about, throwing a ball just off the plate and teasing the hitter, as he just did to Marvin Bernard.
Here's a guy in that category of the classic overachiever, and he'll tell you that himself. Bill Miller, .268 hitter during the regular season. So far in the postseason, 3 out of 10, and he takes ball 1.
The Giants can afford to carry Bill. He's a very consistent average hitter, but they have such strength up the middle. Jeff Kent, Rich Aurelia, with 53 home runs between them, over 200 RBIs in the middle positions. Very unusual.
2-0 from Rick Reed. Miller certainly a guy in a lineup fitted for the number 2 spot. He'll make the opposing pitcher work. Up there taking the first 2, probably taking a strike. Nope, and a fly ball into left field. That's easy for Agbayani. First 2 are gone. 2 up, 2 down. Bonds will bat with the bases empty. And right now, let's return to Keith Olbermann of the Fox Television Center.
The defending National League champion Atlanta Braves have abdicated their throne. Joe, swept by the Cardinals. Jim Edmonds' 2-run homer in the 3rd, cinching today's 3rd game. It ends 7-1 St. Louis. Paul Bacco struck out by Dave Veers as the last out. The NLCS begins Wednesday in San Francisco if it's Giants Cards, and St. Louis if it's Mets Cards. Joe?
All right, Keith, thanks. Here's Bonds. Reaching for it, a little clunker into center. Payton is there, and for Reed, a perfect start. A changeup. Bonds didn't get much of it, and after a half inning, here at Shea. Mets coming up, no score. A 14-game winner during the regular season came on in the second half. Takes on this lineup for the Mets, brought to you by Autotrader.com. They lead it off with Timo Perez. He's in right field, and a big reason why they won game 2. Edgardo Alfonzo batting second at second. Mike Piazza hitting third. Robin Ventura cleans up today. A little different look to this Mets lineup with Agbayani in left. Jay Payton in center. Zeal batting in the number 7 spot. Mike Bordick is hitting 8th. And Rick Reed pitches and bats 9th. The defense for the Giants. Number 1 in the National League with regard to total errors, 93. Number 2 in the major leagues behind the Cleveland Indians. They don't have the greatest range up the middle, but what they get to, they handle. And they have J.T. Snow at first, a 5-time Gold Glove Award winner. And here's a look at Russ Ortiz, 26-year-old right-hander.
Yeah, the Giants sure-handed defensively. Not a lot of range, as you said, but they made the fewest errors of anybody in the National League. If Russ Ortiz can stay ahead of the Met hitters, it's going to make him a lot easier to get into the middle of the ball game.
He's ahead of Timo Perez with strike 1. During the season, hit .286. So far, 3 out of 7 in the postseason, and a tester for Kent to his right. 1 out.
Dusty Baker gave you the scouting report. A hard-breaking ball, a heavy fastball, and you could tell by the way Perez made contact. Ball kind of clunks against the bat. It doesn't hit crisply off the bat. Command is the issue, and he stayed ahead of Perez with 2 straight strikes.
Is that what you're going to go Perez for this game and make me sound bad by saying Perez? Is that what's going to happen?
Anyway, if you do it one way, I'll do it the other way. We'll give it the appropriate variety of sounds. Perez.
Ball 1 high to Alfonso. Edgardo is 2 out of 9 in this division series. The 1 home run, which looked like it gave the Mets all the breathing room they would need in game 2. 9th inning against Felix Rodriguez, into the seats. And it was a 4-1 game until J.T. Snow pinch hit in the bottom of the 9th and tied it with a home run. Alfonso late 1 and 2.
Home run off Armando Benitez, and John Franco came in to save it. There's Ray Ordonez out for the season. The slick fielding shortstop of the Mets will return next year.
A ball and 2 strikes from Ortiz. Now 2 and 2. He'll return somewhere next year. There's obvious interest on the part of the Mets with regard to Alex Rodriguez of the Seattle Mariners. He'll be a free agent after the World Series. 2-2. Still 2 and 2. I talked about Ortiz and coming on in the second half of the year. The statistics, which at this time of the year can absolutely drive you nuts once you look at one number after another. You don't know. Forget about the score of all things. You look at all these different numbers. But prior to the All-Star break, he was 4 and 8. After the All-Star break, 10 and 4 with an ERA of 3.22. That's foul right side, and it'll get out of play to keep it 2 and 2.
I'll try to add to that those mountains of stats. Since World War II, I mentioned that Ortiz had walked 125 last year. But since World War II, only 3 pitchers have as many as 18 wins during a season with 125 walks. And Ortiz, one of them.
What was the score in World War II?
1-0.
Just Rusty or Ortiz. There are the numbers. Big ERA, just under 7 in the first half of the year, and they were wondering what in the world happened to their 18-game winner from the year before. 3-2 is fouled away. After Alfonso, it's Piazza, who coming into this postseason was bombarded with questions about his failure once the regular season ended and the spotlight of the postseason fell on him. So far 2 out of 7 in this series. 3-2 to Alfonso is fouled away again.
Everything becomes bigger than life in postseason baseball. It follows you around and haunts you forever. It has for about 8 years with Barry Bonds, with Mike Piazza, who has batted .219 in postseason play in 16 games. It's been fewer years than Barry.
3-2's popped into center. Marvin Bernard back in no end. 2 out. And Piazza will bat with the bases empty. Well, it's more than just a story of what he's done in the postseason. It's been more a story of what he's done in the second half, particularly in September, when a long summer of squatting down behind the plate and catching seems to wear him down. There's our Robert Goulet fan again on the right. Going to have to adjust the magic marker. Think that'll come off for school tomorrow?
I think so.
It's tomorrow Sunday, Joe. How about Monday? 2 out, nobody on, and a strike over the outside corner.
Sunday school.
There you go. Piazza hit .324 during the regular season, but when you look at what he's done in September and into October, including the postseason, he's hitting only .227.
Yeah, for Mike, it's been a season of diminishing returns as far as his months are concerned. You can see a rather robust August but only 227 over the last month plus.
Up and in from Ortiz, and for Russ, who is making his first career postseason appearance, this first inning in a hostile environment has been no problem so far. 2 up, 2 down, and a 1-2 to Piazza. 2-2.
Piazza with that unorthodox stance.
Thing might have a better arm than Piazza. Mike has struggled in that phase of the game. Talk about getting worn out by statistics. He hears about his percentage in throwing out would-be base stealers at 12.7% by far the worst in the major leagues. 2-2. Blew him away, in off the plate. Piazza's gone. First strikeout for Ortiz. Each pitcher perfect in the first. Kent Burke-Snow coming up for the Giants. No score. First base coach for the Giants, Robbie Thompson, wearing a microphone for us. Here's what he talked about with Todd Zeile prior to the last half inning about Game 2.
Hey, is that an awesome game? Huh? I'm telling you, man. Plenty of excitement.
Plenty of excitement, and for the Giants, they came up a run short. Robbie Thompson is the only guy hanging around in a Giant uniform from that 1989 World Series loss to the Oakland Athletics. Here's Jeff Kent, the current second baseman. He takes a strike. He is everything you want in the field. Very steady, and at the plate, one of the best ever. 125 RBIs this season, and he has put together a 4-year stretch that is at the top of the list among second basemen in the history of baseball. More RBIs over the past 4 years than any other second baseman put together in any other stretch in the history of this game. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kent rips one into left, out by Yanni on a hot base hit. And the first base runner of the day, it's Jeff Kent. No surprise there. Here's Josh Lewin. Josh.
Well, you know, when we talk about Mr. Kent, guys, you know, this is a guy that met with the media for an hour after that devastating loss after Game 2. Barry Bonds was asked to comment. He said, "Not tonight, dude." That was his only comment. Kent, the former met everybody for more than an hour. He's come a long way since the tabloid headlines from here that used to say Jeff Can't with an apostrophe. Back to you.
All right, Josh. Yeah, Jeff will be very upfront about it with you. He doesn't like to talk before games. He stood and took the questions after Game 2. Barry Bonds did not. 1 on, nobody out, and Ellis Burks takes strike 1. You were around here during that time, and Jeff Kent was a New York Met.
Certainly was. Jeff Kent traded from Toronto along with Ryan Thompson for David Cohn. Trading deadline of 1992. He just had a miserable time, did not enjoy playing in New York City. Has said publicly that he wasn't mature enough at that time, but he has certainly matured, not only personally, but from a baseball standpoint. He went to the Cleveland Indians in 1996 with Jose Vizcaíno, and then he went to Cleveland along with Vizcaíno also. Jose was the shortstop for the Giants for a long time. Then he went to the Dodgers, and now Vizcaíno with the Yankees.
0-2. Do it again.
See, that's the thing about throwing too many strikes when he's behind in the count. 0-2 and 1-2. You want a hitter to reach. It's not that occasionally you're not going to strike a guy out, but Dave Wallace has talked about it before, that in some respects Rick Reed, his control is too good. He can't throw a ball when he wants to.
Another 0-2 to Burks. Misses, low and away. Ellis Burks hit .344 during the regular season, 24 home runs, 96 RBIs. So far 2 out of 6 in this divisional series, and he waits for a 1-2 from Rick Reed. Two.
Ellis Burks holds up.
You're 1 for 1.
Yeah, that was pretty clear right
easy.
there. That was an easy one. Not a running situation right here, but if the next pitch is a ball, then it will be.
The 2-2. Into right center field, and Perez back to get it. Perez waits, and he puts it away. 1 out. In walks J.T. Snow. He walked in 1 time in game 2. Pinch hitting, 9th inning. The mirror image of Fisk. Plank and a 3-run pinch hit home run to tie the game 4-4. Former Yankee prospect waits as a check is on Kent over at first.
What a ball game that was. Alfonso's 2-run home run in the top of the 9th inning. Al Leiter starting the 9th gave up the double to Barry Bonds. Then Armando Benitez, who can shut the door as well as anybody in baseball, came in, and the pinch hit 3-run shot by Snow. Al Leiter got a very well pitched no decision.
The count on Snow. I don't think Al Leiter surprised anyone with the way he pitched in game 2. That's just the type of performer that he is and has been for the Mets or for the Marlins, for Toronto, originally with the Yankees. And all that experience paid off after Mike Hampton couldn't get around a called 3rd strike on Barry Bonds in game 1. That snowballed to a 5-1 lead and a 5-1 win for the Giants, and Leiter stepped in and did exactly what the Mets needed. 2 balls and a strike on Snow.
There are a lot of lesser clubs that would not come back after a 3-run home run that devastating in the opposing park, but the Mets did it. What a win that was. Darrell Hamilton with a pinch hit double, and driven home by Jay Payton. Huge win.
The playoff teams in the National League all pretty much finished with about the same record. The Giants had the best record at 97 and 65, but playing for those 97 wins and getting home field advantage at least in the first round, the advantage is so fleeting. The 2-2. Didn't tail back, and it's a full count. I mean, they end up splitting the first 2 games at home, and now the Mets have the home field advantage.
Right.
2 here, and if necessary, a game 5 back in San Francisco.
You mentioned with a 3-2 count, Dusty Baker will send Jeff Kent, so look for him to run right here.
Takes off. Snow into left center field. That ball's down for a hit. Kent will turn and go to 3rd, and it's 1st and 3rd, only 1 out. J.T. Snow back-to-back productive at bats. Game 2 on Thursday in San Francisco, and here is first at bat of game 3.
Game 2, that ball hit a ton as a pinch hitter, but that ball off the end of the bat. But because Dusty Baker sent Jeff Kent, it was easy for Jeff to walk into 3rd. First threat of the ball game here in the 2nd. You can see that ball right off the end of the bat right there. Was not hit well, but placed perfectly.
And now a guy who grew up a Mets fan stands in with a chance to put the Giants out in front here in the 2nd inning. Rich Aurelian from Brooklyn, Xavier High School, went to St. John's. 2 out of 8 in the series so far. Strike 1.
Infield's in double play depth. However, on a slowly hit ball to 3rd base, Robin Ventura may take the option of coming home. If you're the runner on at 3rd base, you have to beware of a slowly hit ball down the 3rd base line. If it's hard hit, you go.
Oh, 2. 2 out.
Rick Reed, good morning, good afternoon, and good night to Aurelia. He gets ahead with a strike. Watch him go up the ladder with the next 2. Letter high fastball, neck high fastball, gets it.
Sure, along some lines, took advantage of the adrenaline pumping through the veins of Rich Aurelia back here at Shea Stadium in the postseason, as Aurelia took the best pitch of that sequence and swung at 2 out of the strike zone. And now Estalella with runners at the corners, 2 out. Stands in. Nobody fills out a major league uniform like Bobby Estalella. A ball and a strike from Rick Reed. That's the way you used to look when you caught.
Yeah, right.
For 20 years in the big leagues, right? One ball, 1 strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and Rick Reed is 1 pitch away from getting out of a tight spot in the second.
Giants could try to steal a run right here. The pitch is a ball by sending J.T. Snow. If you're Piazza, you must look the runner back at third base. Otherwise, Kent could take off.
Runner goes, and a half swing by Estalella to stay up there.
That's a pretty clean call and an easy call on Dusty Baker's part. The catcher's in the hole. You have 2 outs. You have the pitcher up next. Why not try to steal a run and put it on Mike Piazza to determine whether to go to second or not?
The Mets might be looking to replace Shea Stadium, but in the postseason, there are a few ballparks that are as alive as Shea. They're ready to cheer again. And they'll have to wait for at least another pitch as Snow is running again.
I don't think I have seen a season where a catcher has been bruised, knocked, nicked, foul tips as much as Mike Piazza. Collisions at home plate. He has just had a brutal season behind the plate as far as daily injuries are concerned. With Todd Pratt, the backup catcher.
Estalella trying to put San Francisco on top. What a save by Piazza. Threw that big body in front of it and saved a run. Here's the year for Mike Piazza, Tim, and I know it makes you wince when you watch this. May 31st at Dodger Stadium, the follow through from Sheffield. Then getting hit by Clemens. Everybody remembers that. Right in the forehead. Just saved a run with a stop on that 1-2 pitch, and Estalella pops the next one out of play.
John Madden often talks about how a ball carrier should square his shoulders toward the goal line. Or the same thing for a catcher when he's blocking balls. Go down and square your shoulders with the pitcher. You keep the ball out in front of you. That was a fine block by Piazza.
Giants threatening here in the second. And Estalella steps out. Reed wants a new ball. Strikeout pitcher at first and third, only 1 out. He struck out Aurelia, and he gets Estalella. Bottom of the second at Shea. Mets coming up, no score. Well, one of America's most enduring corporate images, the Goodyear blimp, is floating overhead, providing our aerial views for today's game. The Spirit of Goodyear is one of 7 airships in the Goodyear blimp fleet. So any one of 7 could be over a major sporting event near you. Beautiful night here in New York.
Autumnal bliss.
I knew you'd say that better than I did. Here's Ventura. A down year offensively, to say the least, for Robin Ventura. Heck, even defensively for Ventura, who takes ball 1 high. 6-time Gold Glove Award winner, committed 17 errors in the field, was bothered. Trouble in his right shoulder, his throwing shoulder, which he jammed a diving play earlier in the season. And then at the plate, he hit .232, the lowest of his career. So far in the postseason, 0 for 7. Did drive in 84 runs during the regular season. The 2-0. Ball 3. 3-0 from Ortiz. And remember the control issue. Although it wasn't a factor at all in the first inning when he went through Perez, Alfonso, and Piazza 1, 2, 3. And on 4 straight, Ventura takes a walk. Dave Righetti, one of the New York baseball fans' favorites. Righetti, in his first year as pitching coach for these Giants, settled in. I'll tell you, it took him a while to feel comfortable in that role. Last year was the roving minor league pitching instructor in the Giant organization. He's only 41 years old, which I think really works to his advantage. A lot of the pitchers that he's working with, they know that name, and they know they're getting advice from somebody who's been successful. As Agbayani takes ball 1 up and away.
There are varying schools of thought. When a pitcher gets wild, Ortiz has thrown 5 straight balls. I am of the school of thought that a guy like Agbayani should be swinging now, because what pitchers do, if you know the mindset of pitchers, they try to coax a ball in the strike zone. And a guy like Agbayani, and Dave Righetti certainly knows, that you still have to make a quality pitch on it. We'll see how Bobby Valentine plays it. Will he have Agbayani take? I don't think so.
He did. It's 1-1.
I think he was fooled by the pitch. I think he was swinging, but Ortiz threw a pretty good slider in there. You can see Agbayani was not taking. A lot of times you can tell by the approach whether a hitter's taking or not. He was hacking, but Ortiz made a good pitch.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 on, nobody out. The second for the Mets, no score. Overmatched there. Strike 2.
Wicked slider right there. Estalella with the target outside, and Ortiz hit it.
Righetti watching from the dugout on a 1-2 from Ortiz to Agbayani. Then he struggled after the first part of the season, and when I say first part, you consider September and October. Down the stretch, he hit only .212, .306 prior to that in the year. .289 solidified that left field spot for these Mets. Now it's a full count on Agbayani.
Ventura's not a fast runner. Normally, you would send a runner in this situation. Sometimes sending it with a young hitter, he has a tendency to go out of the strike zone to swing. Valentine very aggressive, expecting to go here.
There he goes. Agbayani lines one to left, and Bonds is waiting for it. 1 out. So 1 on, 1 out with Peyton coming up. One of the heroes of game 2 for the Mets. Tomorrow, if it's necessary, Fox Sports will be live from Oakland. Jason Giambi and the A's battle Derek Jeter and the Yankees in the decisive Game 5 of their division series. Or we could be right back here at Shea as the Giants and Mets play Game 4 of their series. The road to the World Series on Fox continues tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific.
Joe, I think as much as any game that's been played in this postseason, last night's game, the Yankees against the Athletics, showed the value of defense. The Yankees made the plays and the Athletics didn't.
Jay Payton into center. Bernard in and now back to get it, 2 away. Yeah, last night for the first time in a long time the A's looked like a young club. And they looked like a club that didn't have much confidence. But all season long they've been rather solid, and they've been a team that just doesn't seem to care what happens around them. They just go out there and play, whether it's a small crowd, very little notoriety. The Yankees lead the series 2-1. Game 1 for the A's. The bottom of the order was so productive, 6 out of 11. Game 2 was just dominated by Andy Pettitte. Mariano Rivera finished the game. The Yankees are hitting .296 with runners in scoring position. And the A's have 5 errors in the series. And as the guys talked about in the pregame show, Luis Sojo has been as valuable as any Yankee that Joe Torre's run out there in the first 3 games of that series.
Absolutely.
There's Zeal. 79 RBIs during the regular season. That was disappointing for Zeal. Ball and a strike from Ortiz. Zeal's been a fairly consistent run producer. Last year with Texas drove in 98. And has always been 90 or better the last 3 years. This year 79. 2-1. Starting him young. Poor kid. 2 balls and a strike, 1 on, 2 out. Now 3-1 with Bordick, the number 8 hitter, next.
Todd Zeal rarely looks for one pitch to jerk, but 2-0 and 3-1. He'll look for that one pitch, particularly with 2 outs.
Off the end of the bat into left center. Bonds wants it, has it. We are scoreless through 2 in Game 3 of this division series. In this series, we'll find out who will move on to face the Cardinals in the NLCS. Back to Shea after this from your local Fox station. Rick Reed got out of a jam in the second inning at first and third, 1 out. Struck out Aurelia and Estalella. So it's Russ Ortiz, Marvin Bernard, and Bill Miller here in the third inning for San Francisco. Led into this series by Dusty Baker, who in my estimation is the best manager in the game today.
I think he's the manager of the year in the National League this year. Dusty's dad, by the way, Johnny B. Baker Sr., just had knee replacement surgery watching the game tonight in Sacramento. He said if Dusty gets to the World Series with the Giants, and that would be the best thing for his rehab on his knee.
Ortiz stays alive. Yeah, his dad said that'll be my inspiration.
Yep.
I'll be walking by that time you get to the World Series. Here's another one for you, Tim.
Piazza again. Whack. A lot of people think those don't hurt, but they do. Ortiz a very good hitter, by the way. So is Rick Reed. So there are 18 hitters out on the field tonight, not 16.
0-2 on Ortiz. Reed has already struck out 3. To go back to Baker, you know, his players call him Johnny B, and his players love playing for him. There's very few rules. See the winning percentage as Ortiz checks on Bordick. 2 hops. 51-year-old Dusty Baker is without a doubt in that category of a player's manager.
Oh, no question about it.
He tells his players at the beginning of each season, look, you guys take care of the clubhouse. And if something happens, meaning something out of the ordinary or something wrong happens, and it gets all the way to me, then it's gone too far and it's a major issue. Otherwise, you guys take care of one another, take care of the situation in here. You know how I want you to play. You know how I want you to act on the road and away from the ballpark. And the veterans and the leaders on this San Francisco team patrol the clubhouse. One out, nobody on. Marvin Bernard takes a strike. Dusty Baker, by the way, will be a free agent. Manny Ramirez included. Dusty Baker may be one of the most sought after free agents out of the market after this season.
It's a real misnomer. You're talking about Dusty, free agent.
Anything but. 0-2 on Bernard. Take a look at these two in this matchup. Bobby Valentine in that same category of a free agent at the end of the season. Still bleeding Dodger blue at the top. Maybe, maybe not. Dusty Baker, Bobby Valentine, I guess could end up back in Los Angeles. The Dodgers firing Davey Johnson. Goodbye Bernard for the second time. That's 4 strikeouts for Rick Reed.
Rick Reed has been sharp, as his counterpart, Russ Ortiz. Yeah, I mean, when you think about football and basketball managers, and to some degree hockey managers, they talk about introducing a new system when they take over. You never hear about a baseball manager introducing a new system. How rare is it, though, for what these two guys have accomplished to not have a contract for next year? It's odd. It's weird. It's not right.
Well, the problem is that these managers wear the uniforms. You talk about the NBA, you talk about the NHL, you talk about the NFL. They all wear regular clothes.
Oh.
Suits, pants, and sweaters. These guys wear uniforms for some reason. 1 ball, no strikes. And the home plate umpire, Jerry Crawford, said that Miller went around 1-1. Yeah, I don't think anybody would argue with you that it's amazing that the Mets haven't locked up Bobby Valentine, who seems more willing, by the way, to re-up with the Mets than Dusty Baker does. Offered an extension, so there's a difference in those two stories. Baker was offered an extension early in the season. He said, I'm just waiting. And he looked at you and he said, no trouble with waiting, is there, Tim? I'm not scared. He is anything but. And a good man on top of it. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Miller. Two. There's the incentive for Rick Reed to end this 3rd inning with Bill Miller at the plate. Two.
Key batter right here with Barry Bonds on deck. You want to get Bonds up there with nobody on. You're more inclined to make Miller hit the ball to get on right here.
That's fair and down toward the right field corner. Over Zeal, and Miller should have at least a double. Perez gets it back in, a 2-out double, and that'll bring Bonds to the plate here in the 3rd inning for the Giants.
You know, all of these things figure into hitting in front of a superstar like Barry Bonds. You know you're going to get a good pitch to hit with 2 out and nobody on in a scoreless ball game. Bill Miller took advantage of it. He didn't foul it back. He hits it hard. First extra base hit of this ball game.
Now Bonds stands in. First base is open, but you have their best run producer, the Giants' best, Jeff Kent, waiting on deck. Bonds has talked about in years past him not having any protection in this lineup. It couldn't be anything further from the truth with Jeff Kent standing in the on-deck circle. That's about as much protection as any hitter has in Major League Baseball. Not not only this season, but the last couple. But it's 2-0 from Reed.
You can see Barry Bonds standing so close to the plate. Most valuable Giant, who is it? Barry Bonds or Jeff Kent? Whoever is the most valuable Giant, as Joe said earlier, may be the most valuable player in the National League.
2-0 on Bonds. 3-0, and Reed is being very careful with Bonds, with Cepeda watching from the seats.
Cha-cha-cha, most valuable player of the Cardinals, the Alberto Cardinals in 1967. Hall of Famer now. Now the intentional walk to Bonds.
So an intentional pass. They put 2 on with 2 out for Kent. It's an interesting dynamic in the San Francisco clubhouse because you've got 2 superstars. Everybody knows Bonds. Few still know Kent or realize how good this guy has been over the last 4 seasons. But Kent and Bonds don't speak.
Nope.
They don't particularly like one another. They interact and coexist on a field, but away from the ballpark or off the field, they don't talk.
Talking to Dusty Baker about it before the game, he said, I don't care about that. He said, I played on teams where a lot of guys didn't get along. It just so happens with the Giants, it's their 2 best players, Kent and Bonds.
Strike 1 on Kent. Funny thing is, they might not get along away from the game of baseball, but on the field, these 2 ought to be, in a way, each other's best friend, because they're going to combine to lead this Giants team. They certainly set up productive situations for one another. The 0-1. Shot him off, and Ventura will take care of the rest. Inning over. So Reed, for the 2nd consecutive inning, gets into and then out of trouble. Bottom of the 3rd, it'll be Bordick, Reed, Perez coming up. Game 3, no score. We go to the bottom of the 3rd inning, no score. The Mets coming to bat. Dave Wallace is wearing a microphone for the Mets, and we'll play it for you in just a moment. Talking to his right-hander, Rick Reed, about the double by Bill Miller. First it's Bordick, then Reed, then Timo time here in the 3rd inning for the Mets. Joe Buck and Timo McCarver. Giants have the game's only hit, 3-0. There is no score as Bordick fouls away strike 1.
We have not heard that little soundbite. Dave Wallace wearing the microphone, but I would imagine Rick Reed is telling Dave that, hey, nothing you can do with Bill Miller, but try to get him to hit it at somebody. We were talking about that when you're hitting in front of Barry Bonds, you're going to get some pitches to hit.
So you are Karnacking this sounds of the game.
Kind of.
Unscreened, unrehearsed.
Right.
You're guessing at the conversation between Dave Wallace and Rick Reed. All right. 0-2 the count. Bordick pops it up. He says, being redundant, doing television play-by-play, and Bonds comes in and makes the catch. 1 out. Here it is. May I have the envelope, please? Dave Wallace.
Miller 3-2 away from him. What? Miller 3-2 pitch. Double. What were you trying to do? Okay, good.
You know what threw him there is Reed's going, wait a minute, this guy's name's Mueller. It's not Miller. Who's Miller?
It's Mueller time.
There's ball 1 to Rick Reed. Talking about Rick Reed working on the outside part of the plate. That's Aurelia in the hole. Long throw wide. Now the tag. 2 out. Reed did not want to risk a knee or an ankle trying to reach on an infield hit.
I can certainly understand that. And what does he do? He goes right by the bag. He doesn't touch the bag. And JT Snow 4 Gold Glove to his credit. And you can see Reed runs past the bag. And now the wide throw is not that bad at all because JT knew that Rick did not touch the bag. It's simply a matter of touching it.
So the throw got away, but Reed didn't. 2 out, nobody on, and the Mets still looking for the first hit. Perez at the plate. He loops one into right field for Burks, inning over. The Mets go in order for the second time. They've had only one base runner. The leadoff walk to Ventura in the second. We go to the 4th inning of Game 3. Giants and Mets, no score. Well, so far, Russ Ortiz has done fantastic work for the Giants. And now these Giant hitters will try to get him some runs. Rick Reed heads back to the hill. Burks, Snow, Aurelia, Koufax out of hiding to join us for Game 3. He keeps about as low a profile for a Hall of Famer as anybody.
He really does. He really does. Still with that elegant carriage. Not only will his curveball be famous and his fastball, but the way he always carried himself was just exemplary.
Keith Olbermann, as Alice Burks leads it off. Keith talked about his relationship with Fred Wilpon, the co-owners here with the New York Mets. As Burks takes a strike, it's 1-1, and there's obviously a relationship between Sandy Koufax and Dave Wallace, who from 1995 until 97 was the pitching coach for the Dodgers.
Very close friends, Dave Wallace and Sandy Koufax. From 1963 through 1966, 4 years, he won 3 Cy Young Awards. His earned run average was 1.96 over those 4 years. That was when the Cy Young Award was given to only one pitcher in the major leagues.
Up the middle, a base hit for Burks. And the Giants have their 4th hit of the afternoon against Rick Reed. Put their leadoff man on for the second time. Here is today's trivia question, brought to you by the St. Paul Companies. Which player has hit the most career home runs without appearing in a World Series?
Well, that's a good one.
It's tough to do play-by-play and think about something like that. So since you're the analyst, you can just sit over there and try to come up with the answer. Whatever you come up with will represent what I feel as well. I'll throw in with you. JT Snow, who singled his first time, is at the plate with the right side of the infield wide open. Up the middle, he's 2 for 2. And the first 2 Giants are on here in the 4th inning. Now the bottom of the order is going to have to produce some runs for the Giants, who have yet another scoring chance.
And you took the thought right away from me, partner, because as Snow gets his second hit the ball on a similar part of the bat to left center and then up the middle. So first and second, nobody out. I do not think, because the lower part of the order is coming up, I don't think Dusty Baker will be bunting here. He's got an RBI guy in Rich Aurelia. Estalella on deck. And keep in mind that Ortiz is a very, very good hitting pitcher. Normally, a bunting situation if the fat part of the lineup's coming up afterwards, but not here. I think he'll be hitting. Todd Zeile at first base, excuse me, Joe, is in. Robin Ventura is not sure at third, but look at Zeile. Todd is in at first base.
And a swing, and he pops it up. Right side for Zeile, who struggled with this all season. No problem there, 1 out. That'll bring in Bobby Estalella, who struck out with 2 on and 2 out back in the second, and later talked it over with first base coach Robbie Thompson.
Your eyes are staying out here. You can bring it down a little bit, chasing up, zone it down. You're swinging, not missing. You're just kind of missing right by the ball, but your head's staying out here. You're swinging, your eyes are staying out here. Got to follow, concentrate, falling all the way in.
Let's wait for the ball to come to you. Talk by Robbie Thompson. First time up, however. Pretty good pitch by Rick Reed.
2 on 1 out now, and Estelea gets another chance and takes a strike. So far, the Giants 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position. Plus the intentional walk to Bonds last inning. Burks a leadoff hit, followed by Snow. They're on with 1 out now after Aurelia fouled out.
Not a bad time to run if you're Ellis Burks. With 1 out, a good time to try.
1 ball, 1 strike. With the bad knees, you think he's still willing to run?
I think he's still got good speed, but Dusty Baker telling us before the game that he's less inclined to give Burks the steal sign, but a manager doesn't give a runner at second base a steal sign anyway. He always runs on his own unless it's a 3-2 count or a hit and run.
Strike 2 now on Estelea. Good hitting pitcher or not on deck. The Giants ask for a hit out of their number 8 hitter to try to finally break through. They've already stranded 4 runners. Two and 2. Back toward us, it's still 2 and 2. These two teams came into this series with identical records of 55 and 26 at home. But if you look a little closer, the Mets had an even better record, at least at home here at Shea. One of those losses, considered a home loss, was in Japan at the beginning of the season. Two clubs who have played very well in front of their home fans. No score, 4th inning, game 3, series tied at a game apiece. And now a full count on Estelea.
Sonny Jackson, the third base coach, looking over in the Giants dugout, gets the sign from Dusty Baker, giving the signs to the runners. I wouldn't send them here. Estelea struck out his first time up.
Not going, and Estelea grounds one through the left side. Here comes Burks. Throw by Agbayani is too late, and the Giants take a 1-0 4th inning lead. Estelea comes up with the hit the Giants have been looking for the last 3 innings.
First hit of the series by Estelea. What a big one it was. Ground ball finds the hole. You might say by sending the runners, you stay out of the double play. But the way Reed has been working Estelea, getting up under a lot of pitches, fouling balls back, he finally hits one on the button. And Agbayani's throw is late.
So now 2 on 1 out. And the Mets are expecting the bunt as you look at that chopper find its way through the infield again. Russ Ortiz, the San Francisco pitcher, at the plate. Reed will go to third. Get 1 out across the infield. Too late. The inning continues. A force out 1-5, and that was well handled by Reed and Ventura.
Talked about Reed's ability to field his position. Runners on at first and second. A pitcher breaks toward the line. He knows that the first baseman's going to cover anything to his left. So Reed very quick off the mound. A strike to Ventura, but Robbins' throw across the way is late to get Ortiz. You can see JT Snow trying to take Ventura out of the play. Often you only see that at second base, but it happens occasionally at third, occasionally at home.
2 on, 2 out. Bernard, strike one. It's up to Bernard now if the Giants are going to turn this into more than 1 run. 1 run on 3 hits in this inning so far. And again, they've stranded 4, have 2 on, 2 out here. Ball and a strike from Rick Reed. Lyndon Rush getting ready for the Mets out of their bullpen. You've got Miller on deck, and then the left-handed bat of Barry Bonds. Miller, a switch hitter.
By seeing Rush up in the bullpen, I guess that all but verifies it that Bobby Jones will be the pitcher tomorrow. It was thought to be that Jones would be the starter for the Mets tomorrow. Mark Gardner has already been announced as the Giants starter.
And I think you could quarrel with the selection on each side.
Yeah.
Rush would seem to be effective against the Giants, who struggled against left-handed pitching this year. And instead of sending one of their best and Kirk Reeder, the Giants are going with Mark Gardner, who's been solid this year, but not as consistent as Reeder. Bernard gets a base hit into right field. That'll add to the lead as Estalella comes across. Over to third goes Ortiz, and it's 2-0 Giants.
And the Giants are saying momentum, huh? The Mets had the momentum winning that game the other night with San Francisco in the Mets' backyard with 2 here in the 4th. Estalella was 0 for 9 before his hit. He scores. Bernard was 0 for 6 before his hit.
Dusty Baker able to cheer and spin a toothpick in his mouth at the same time. And Bernard took that high delivery, served it into right. And now with first and third 2 out, it's Bill Miller, who doubled his last time up.
We've heard from spin control by politicians, but not by baseball managers.
Rather dangerous hobby.
Yeah.
Start to cheer at the wrong time, and the trainer might be looking at you. Miller, working on the gum, steps in, trying to add to a 2-0 Giants lead. Should end the inning. Sounded like he may have broke his bat, and Payton pulls it in, and it's a 2-run 4th for San Francisco. So the Giants finally break through. 2 runs on 4 hits. Bernard, a 2-out RBI base hit to right. Series tied at a game apiece. Bottom of the 4th, 2-0 San Francisco. Well, here is today's St. Paul Company's trivia answer. First, the question, who hit the most career home runs without appearing in a World Series? Before you look, who do you think?
Ernie Banks, I think.
So you think World Series, you think Cubs, and the answer is Ernie Banks.
Barry is second, 494 home runs.
He's creeping toward Mr. Cub, the category he doesn't want to be in.
Barry with 3 MVP awards. Ernie Banks with 2 back in 1958 and 59. The Cubs finished last both years.
Here's Alfonso. The 2, 3, and 4 hitters for the Mets, who find themselves down by 2. 4th inning, 2-0 Giants. Alfonso, Piazza, and Ventura. Start to look at the big bats for the Mets. 5 out of 34 with 1 home run and 2 RBIs so far in this series for Piazza, Ventura, Zeal, and Alfonzo. 5 of 34. Wow. 2-2. Alfonso with the only run production, and that was the 9th inning home run he hit in game 2 that we showed you earlier. Full count on Alfonso.
Well, again, who's hitting behind you often will dictate a 3-2 pitch. Ortiz does not want to walk Alfonso. Edgardo will get a fastball here.
And foul it away. So far, we came in talking about control and that being an issue with Russ Ortiz, and it has not been a factor at all. A leadoff walk to Ventura on 4 straight back in the second, and that's the only base runner the Mets have had in this game. Again, the 3-2. A leadoff walk. Whereas in the middle of August, baseball was ready to hand the National League's Most Valuable Player Award to Mike Piazza. The conversation now seems to be more about the 2 giants, Bonds and Kent. Ball 1 from Ortiz.
It's uh-oh time for Ortiz. Fall behind Piazza, and you have to give him a pitch that he's looking for. Ultra dangerous.
Arguably the best hitting catcher ever. One and one. You agree with that?
Oh yeah, sure. The Met fans have Mike going out of the zone, swinging at ball 2 right there, but Met fans have seen him deliver one big hit after another since donning that Mets uniform.
A career .328 hitter. Strike 2. Ortiz 1 strikeout, 2 walks. The 1 strikeout was Piazza back in the first. Ventura waits to hit next. Estelea keeps it at the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Thing about Mike Piazza, Joe, is that he is one of the, if not the greatest hitting catcher of all time, but he is so unorthodox. He's so strong. He gets a lot of balls flat-footed, particularly with 2 strikes. Power to all fields.
Didn't get the corner. Ortiz now forced to throw a strike on 3 and 2.
Thing about Mike, he does not strike out a lot either. So with that in mind, I would imagine Valentine will put Alfonso in motion here.
Runner goes, strike 3 called, throw down, double play, 2 out, nobody on. Piazza strikes out looking at the front end of a strike him out, throw him out, double play.
The sequence. Ortiz misses with the slider, and that was the key pitch in the at-bat, the second one. With Piazza in the hole, he lays off the 1-2 and the 2-2 and takes the 3-2 pitch right down the pipe. Mike did not argue. Escalera easily throws out Alfonso. A rare strike him out, throw him out with that combination, Piazza and Alfonso.
1 ball, no strikes on Ventura. 1-1. That 3-2 pitch in the category of what are you looking for?
Yeah. Highly uncharacteristic of Mike Piazza to take a called third strike. But he did there, a key play in this ball game.
3 grown men just had to bail out of the way of that pitch, and it's 2-1.
Here it is again. Escalera, the target right there, the pitch right there, and the throw right there.
Two balls and a strike on Ventura. So far, Ortiz has faced only 1 over the minimum. Strike 2.
The last hit the Mets had in this ballpark in postseason play was by Robin Ventura. Grand slam single last year in Game 5 to beat the Braves.
Ventura went, struck him out. 3 in the game for Ortiz, and Ventura might still be standing there with a bat in his hands when we come back. After 4, Game 3, 2-0 San Francisco. A 2-0 San Francisco lead. We're in the top of the 5th inning, and the heart of the order will bat for the Giants.
After Mike Piazza took a call third strike, Robin Ventura goes too far, says Jerry Crawford, the home plate umpire.
Bonds couldn't hold up strike 1. Berry is fly to center, been intentionally walked. And he leads it off here in the 5th inning with his Giants leading by 2. Kent and Burks will follow against Rick Reed. 1 ball, 1 strike. Reed has never fared well against the Giants in his career. 2-5 with an ERA of over 5. 0-2 this year. Quite the opposite for Russ Ortiz against the Mets. 4-0 in his career, and at times been almost unhittable. Big rip, strike 2.
Barry Bonds, that inside fastball, he's like a cobra in there. Usually the closer a hitter stands to home plate, the quicker he has to be. Barry Bonds right on top of that plate, and
that is tomahawked into right field. Into the corner is Perez, and on the track he has it 1 out. Let's go down to Josh Lewin with a special guest.
A very special guest from the Fox NFL Sunday pregame show, Mr. Jimmy Kimmel. Who are you wearing?
I'm wearing today I'm wearing this designed by Mike Piazza. You can see number 31.
And can you give us a little preview about tomorrow? I know you can't divulge the picks, the NFL picks. How about a World Series pick?
I'm going Mets and Yankees. I'm not a Yankees fan by any stretch of the imagination, but I like to see them go at it. I want to run a foundation for overweight boys. I got about 40 of them out here at the game one day. Teaching them that it's okay to eat hot dogs and French fries, you know?
You do wonderful work. Thanks, Jimmy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. 1 out, nobody on, no balls, and a strike. Kent with a foul right side and out of play to make it 0-2. Do you ever catch his act on the
oh, sure.
NFL pregame show?
I did. I also caught the act of that fellow who impersonated Dennis Miller about 3 weeks ago.
Unbelievable.
It's great.
One of the greatest acts of comedy on tape. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Kimmel not afraid to take on Bradshaw long. Feels very comfortable at long distances. Inside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kent has a hit in this game. 4 out of 9 in this series, and now the count full. Ellis Burks will follow as Reed tries to get through the 5th. In the bottom of the inning will be Agbayani, Payton, and Zeal. With 1 away, Kent took strike 3. 5th strikeout for Reed. Well, tomorrow on America's favorite pregame show, he's hard-working, hard-hitting, and right on target. Just ask him. We can literally do it here tonight. Jimmy Kimmel, whose edition was called the best move of the year by USA Today. I wonder who wrote that. Gives you his picks and gets in his licks on Terry, Howie, Chris, and even JB. He's part of the most entertaining hour of football information anywhere. Fox NFL Sunday pregame show tomorrow at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Who writes for USA Today? Does that sort of stuff?
I don't know, but Jimmy Kimmel could very well be given the Hustle Award for being at the baseball game tonight. What's he going to do? A reverse red eye to go back to L.A. for tomorrow's show?
Are you kidding me? That stuff is so far in the tape can.
Oh, so that's how they do it. They actually tape things on television?
The magic of television.
Come on.
Yes. As you and I stood here and watched our open just prior to the game. 2 out, nobody on, and time called. Reno with JT Snow, 2 for 2, waiting on deck.
Ellis will be hitting right here. Hi, Jerry. Jerry, a huge Met fan right there. Woo. Good friends with Keith Hernandez, great ex-Met, ex-Cardinal.
2-out walk. Jerry wondering if he can work those little hangers that come with socks into another routine sometime soon. Why do they give you these hangers? Do you have something in your closet? You hang your socks? 1 on, 2 out.
The Giants,
JT Snow.
The Giants saw a couple of hangers in the 4th inning. That's why it's 2-0.
There it is. That hurt a little bit. Check on Burks.
High fastball to Bobby Estalillo. 1 run driven in, and then a high fastball to Marvin Bernard, the other RBI, the only scoring in this ball game. JT Snow hit an inside fastball off Benitez for the 3-run home run 2 days ago.
Breaking ball missed. Blowing away. Ball 1. The flight pattern at LaGuardia is not directly overhead. So with planes landing in the distance, we play game 3 of this division series. A 1-0 to Snow. Hard hit. Put good swings on these pitches here lately. And the count 1-1. There's a look from the blimp out at LaGuardia. Just a stone's throw away from Shea Stadium. Another look at Burks, who, by the way, during the regular season stole 5, was caught once. Bothered by bulky knees the last couple of years. He scored on that base hit by Estalillo back in the 4th inning with no trouble. Scored from second on a chopper through the left side. A 1-1 to Snow. 2-1. Reed caught the outside corner. Snow tried to check his swing, but a called Strike 2, and it's 2-2.
Tailing fastball away. That is the pitch on which Snow has connected his first 2 times up. Inside here.
Runner goes. Snow pops it down the right field line. Headed out of play. Foul ball.
A lot of times, what you did the first time up, the second time up, will determine what you're going to get the third time up. Snow hit the tailing fastball to left center for his first hit, the tailing fastball up the middle for his second hit, and that's why Rick Reed has come inside in his third at bat. Can't pitch major league hitters the same way every time up.
Reed has allowed 7 hits. He's walked 2, struck out 5, and he's trying to get through the 5th. After a 2-out walk to Burks, Snow lines 1 to center. Payton coming on. Inning over. Halfway through game 3 of this division series. The series tied at 1. This game led by the Giants 2-0.
The Division Series on Fox is brought to you by MasterCard. MasterCard, proud sponsor of Major League Baseball and fan of the great American pastime. By Dell, providing the infrastructure to power your e-business. By Nissan, driven. And by E-Trade. It's your money.
Well, the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company has dispatched its Ohio-based blimp Spirit of Goodyear to provide aerial views of today's game. The Goodyear blimps have been appearing over sporting events since 1925, a 75-year tradition that continues today. Did it sound like I was reading that?
Not particularly. I thought it was very well done.
Here's Agbayani leading it off in the 5th inning. 2-0 San Francisco, strike 1. Benny lined out to left with Ventura on and running back in the 2nd inning. 0-2.
Joe, you mentioned Russ Ortiz, 4-0 and 6 starts against the Mets, an excellent earned run average of 2.5. Last time he pitched against the Mets here at Shea, he had a no-hitter through 5. And tonight a no-hitter through 4. He beat the Mets 11-1. And that started the Giants on a 6-game winning streak. Mets had won the first 3 games of the series.
2-2 now on Agbayani. Into the 5th. No hits. The back-to-back strikeouts last inning. The 2-2 to Agbayani. Pretty well hit down into the right field corner. Burks gives it a play and puts it away, 1 out. Agbayani 0 for 2.
That's a 7th flyout in this game. Most of them have been to the opposite field. So a lot of guys reaching for that fastball. You get an opposing pitcher like Ortiz pitching as well as he is in the visiting ballpark. It's eerily quiet here at Shea Stadium. Met players are not used to performing in front of a quiet crowd here, but no hitting thus far, nothing to cheer about.
Payton goes after one out of the strike zone, strike 1.
Good pitching could turn a rock song into a ballad.
Robin Ventura, who, by the way, to me looks a lot like Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Waiting in the Mets dugout, the 0-1. Strike 2 on Payton. Now Rick White. Earlier it was the left-hander Glendon Rush. Now Rick White, one of 3 right-handers that Bobby Valentine has in his bullpen, getting ready. Working while the Mets bat. That might lead you to believe that Reed is finished after 5.
I think Bobby's probably getting Rick White ready in case he has to pinch hit for Rick Reed right here.
Payton's jammed, and it stays 1-2.
There's 1 out, nobody on. Reed is 4 outs away. So if the Mets get a couple of guys on, Bobby Valentine wants a pitcher that's warm and ready. And he'll probably send up somebody like Lenny Harris, one of the top pinch hitters in the history of the game. 130 pinch hits.
Payton out of the way of ball 2. The Giants, when they bat in the 6th, will have the bottom 3 in their lineup: Aurelia, Estalella, the pitcher Ortiz. The 2-2 to Jake Payton is blown away for ball 3. Two out. Strikeout number 4 for Russ Ortiz. And with the bases empty and 2 away and Zeal coming up, we'll remind you that tonight it is game 4 of the division series between Oakland and the Yankees, with the Yankees now leading that series 2-1. Roger Clemens back on short rest, and the 22-year-old left-hander Barry Zito, 7-4 during the regular season, will pitch at Yankee Stadium against the Yankees, who will have a chance to clinch and move on to the ALCS. That's game 4 tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern time on NBC. As Skip Carey, Joe Morgan, and Jim Gray will be there to bring it to you. Evidently, Bob's taking a boat back from Australia. Bob Costas, who did his usual perfect job during the Olympics. He
surely did.
So good. Is preparing for the ALCS. We'll have the NLCS here on Fox this year. Tomorrow on Fox, the Yankees at A's if a game 5 is necessary out in Oakland. So they'll play tonight, get on their airplanes and head back out west. If that series ends, meaning if the Yankees win, then we at Fox will broadcast the Giants and Mets game 4 tomorrow night beginning at 7:30. Zeal with an 0-1 pitch coming his way. High, a ball and a strike. Two to nothing Giants here in the 5th inning. It's a 2-1 count on Zeal.
Because of the quick turnaround for the Yankees, Andy Pettitte, we understand, who would be starting tomorrow in Oakland, has already left for the left coast.
Zeal pops it into right. Should be handled by Burks. And the Mets again go in order, and still Ortiz, the 26-year-old, has faced only 1 over the minimum. Into the 6th, still 2-0 Giants. Sandy Koufax enjoying the mood and the atmosphere here at Shea Stadium, as he did when he was a pitcher in the big leagues. One of his marks of greatness, as you look at what he did from 63 to 66. That's not a bad stretch. But one of his marks of greatness was dominating the weaker teams, and along those lines, Koufax was 17-2 with a 1.44 ERA against the Mets in their early years. Koufax was on the mound in the big leagues from 1955 to 1966. So before the miracle Mets of '69, he dominated the Mets. And now, as Russ Ortiz has dominated the Mets here in game 3 to this point, we go to the 6th inning with the Giants leading 2-0. Aurelia, Estalella, and Ortiz, the bottom 3 in the order, as Rick Reed is back to work. Said last half inning, Tim, that he might not come out for the 6th inning. We know he won't come out for the 7th inning if he can get through this frame, because he's due up second in the bottom of the 6th.
And you don't have the luxury of allowing a pitcher, Dennis Cook, up and throwing for the Mets. One left-hander, Marvin Bernard. Bobby Valentine will try to empty his holster if necessary. And I would imagine that Cook will be in to face Bernard if there's a runner in scoring position. Bernard's a fourth hitter in this inning.
That's really a weapon for each team in this division series. San Francisco and the Mets, the bullpen. In particular, short relief, but they also have decent middle relief as Aurelia pounds it in the air to left field. Agbayani back near the wall, one away. He had to go a long way to get it. Aurelia is 0 for 3.
I am a bit surprised that nobody trailed that play. Jay Payton in center field stayed in center field. Had that ball rung off the wall out there, Bordick was at the shortstop position, then Agbayani would have been forced to make the play himself. Rich Aurelia missing a home run by about a foot, but if it hits the top of the fence and bounces back, it would have been at least 3 bases.
Now Estelea takes ball 1. Bobby a base hit, an RBI single in the 4th inning, which started the scoring. A 2-run inning for the Giants. He gets under that down the left field line, and Bordick is the only one that wants it. That's good news for Agbayani and Ventura. 2 out.
Best angle on it. Bordick going toward the line. Mike, when an infielder puts that hand up, that means to the outfielders, that is the language that an infielder uses. I've got it. Once that hand goes up and out,
now 2 out, and Russ Ortiz, who's 0 for 2, doing terrific work on the mound, takes strike 1. So if this is it for Rick Reed, and it figures to be, with him due up second in the bottom of the inning, if he can get Ortiz, he will have turned in a solid outing. So far, 2 runs on 7 hits, and he's 0-2 on Ortiz. Breaking ball, and it's out of play. Fastball got him looking. 6 strikeouts for Rick Reed. And this game moves to the bottom of the 6th. Bordick, the pitcher's spot. Perez coming up. 2-0 Giants. For people just joining us, and we still welcome you here with open arms. It's a 2-0 Giants lead in game 3. To recap, in the 4th inning with 2 on 1 out, a base hit through the left side by Bobby Estelea opened the scoring. Scoring Ellis Burks. Then with 2 away, Marvin Bernard singled into right. That scored Estelea to make it 2-0. And then at the bottom of the 4th inning, after a leadoff walk, a strike him out, throw him out double play with Piazza at the plate, and Ortiz struck out Ventura. And now back to live action as Ortiz misses high to Bordick. It'll be Bordick, then Darrell Hamilton to bat for the man on the right of your screen, Rick Reed. And then Perez against the man on the left of your screen, Russ Ortiz. And this crowd with ball 2 starts to get more into it. Think Bordick's taking a strike?
yes. Trailing by 2, yes. By 1, no. May take 2 here. 44 years ago tomorrow, Don Larson threw the only no-hitter in postseason history. Of course, it was a perfect game. Yogi Berra, the catcher.
The crowd's back, and Bordick's at first with a leadoff walk. Updated numbers for Ortiz: 4 strikeouts compared to 3 walks. And again, if you're just joining us, that's what we came on the air talking about, the control problems for Ortiz. He's been around the plate for most of this game 3. Here's Darryl Hamilton pinch hitting for Rick Reed. Tying run at the plate and a strike on the outside part. Hamilton started the game-winning rally in the 10th inning of game 2 with a double against Felix Rodriguez and scored on the base hit by Jay Payton to give the Mets a 5-4 win. 1 ball, 1 strike.
A walk by the opposing pitcher gets the crowd back in the game like pass interference does. The offense didn't do anything. Fans here at Shea now looking for more pass interference from Ortiz.
Well, he committed pass interference 125 times last year, en route to an 18-9 season.
And 112 times this year.
1 ball, 1 strike on Hamilton. And these last 2 haven't been close.
All of the pitches to Bordick were high.
Now Rigetti out to the mound.
Excuse me, Joe. 2 of the 3 to Hamilton were high. There's an expression in baseball about bending your back. Technically, you don't do that. A lot of pitchers, you hear pitchers talk about that. You got to bend your back. You bend your knees. You allow the lower part of your body to take over, and in the process, your back bends. But right now, Ortiz is straight up and down as a thrower, and what that causes is for you to be up in the strike zone. And sure enough, he has been high with 6 of the 7 pitches here in the 6th inning.
Hamilton back in with a 2 ball, 1 strike count. Ball 3. Talk about momentum within a game as opposed to game to game. The Mets starting to build momentum here in the 6th inning, and they've done it with the bats on their shoulders. Base hit right field. Bordick will turn and go. He tests Burks and safe. 1st and 3rd, nobody out.
A 3-1 fastball. Hamilton knew. And if it were a strike, it'd be a strike that he had to throw. Excellent base running by Bordick. I think what Mike did, he judged the speed of that ball in going to 3rd base. Because with the Mets trailing by 2, you can't get thrown out at 3rd, making the 1st out. Bordick, the experienced player, give the Mets some life here in the 6th inning.
And now a beach ball is loose on the playing field. Here's Timo Perez. As Russ Ortiz, you mentioned a no-hitter through 5 against the Mets earlier. Again, his no-hitter lasts through 5 here tonight. In the 6th inning, a walk, a pinch hit single by Hamilton, and it's 1st and 3rd, nobody out for Perez. Strike 1.
Bill Miller, the 3rd baseman, is playing in for the bunch. You might think, well, 1st and 3rd, nobody out. No way he's going to bunt. Timo Perez bunted with the count 3-2 on him in game 2. One of his 3 hits.
A ball and a strike.
If you can bunt for a base hit with a count 3 balls and 2 strikes on you, you'll bunt anytime.
It's a fair ball. In to score Bordick. Tying run at second. Go-ahead run at first as Timo time goes through for the Mets again.
What a story Timo Perez is. Joining the Mets in late August. The only reason he's starting tonight is Derek Bell will miss the rest of the postseason. Bell with an injured ankle, the higher part of the ankle, ligaments displaced. Interesting situation right here. The Giants think that Alfonso's going to bunt, but Bobby Valentine is very adept at putting the hit and run on in this situation, figuring that Alfonso's too good a hitter to take the bat out of his hand and make him bunt. Anything might happen. If you bunt, they could walk Piazza. And then you've got Robin Ventura, who's hitless in the series coming up. I do not think he's going to bunt here.
In this lineup right now, he may be the most dangerous bat in the Met lineup. And he takes ball one.
See, the Giants are still thinking. You have Hamilton on at second, Perez on at first, but Miller is close at third base to the advantage of Alfonso. Now Snow has moved back at first.
One ball, one strike. Didn't get the corner. It's 2-1.
Both runners looking at Cookie Rojas. So is Alfonso. The only reason that he would not put the hit and run on here is Bobby thinks that Ortiz is perhaps too wild. Too many high fastballs.
Not going in ball three. 3-1. Alfonso sitting on a pitch here with 2 on, nobody out. The 3-1 from Ortiz. Unloaded, full count.
Good fastball right here. Alfonso comes up empty. Contact hitter at the plate. Got to send the runners here.
Runners go. They don't get the out at second. They get Alfonso at first, and by starting the runners, the Mets avoid the double play and get the go-ahead run in scoring position. Second and third, 1 out.
Timo Perez realizes that if this ball is hit to an infielder, they're going to go the short way. Kent was off the bag anyway. Perez beat the throw. So Bobby Valentine sending the runners the proper play. The out is made at first base. And predictably, they'll walk Piazza.
So an intentional pass being handed here to Piazza to load him up for Ventura. There is action for the Giants out in their bullpen. Alan Embry, a left-hander, and Doug Henry, a right-hander, getting loose, just so you know. With a lefty Ventura coming up next. There's ball 4 to load the bases for Robin Ventura. here comes Dusty Baker. That'll be all for Russ Ortiz. Second visit of the inning. And with Embry getting loose, it'll be Embry against Ventura. Bases loaded. 1 out. 6th inning, Mets batting, trailing by 1. Well, Russ Ortiz, who had thrown 14 consecutive scoreless innings against the Mets, is finished here in the 6th inning. He leaves with 1 run on the board, and the base is loaded now. 1 away. Gives way to a left-hander, Alan Embry, dealing with Ventura. Mets down by a run. And a ball high from Embry.
That's the one problem with Alan Embry since breaking in with the Cleveland Indians 10 years ago. Wildness. First pitch up and in.
The 1-0. Hard hit right at Kent. Flips for 1 and on to first. A 4-6-3 rally crushing double play. Ventura is hitless in his last 13 at-bats, regular and postseason. He hit that right at Kent, who wasn't handcuffed, and turned it into a double play. After 6 in Game 3, the Giants still out in front. 2-1. Well, he doesn't just drive in runs. We talked earlier that he will take care of what's hit at him. This thing was scorched at him.
It is a very difficult play, an in-between hop, and you've seen botched a ton of times. It kind of rolled down the pant leg of Jeff, but he caught up with it. And really the timing with Aurelia was still on. A lot of times the shortstop, there's such a timing device between a second baseman and a shortstop, and the timing wasn't messed up at all as Dennis Cook takes over for Rick Reed. Reed going 6 innings, giving up 2 runs on 7 hits, and Dennis Cook facing his old nemesis leading off here in the 7th.
His buddy Marvin Bernard.
Yeah.
So he drops down a bunt, and it is a foul ball, and Cook gave a little forearm to Bernard when he went by. Did you see what I saw?
I certainly did. These two, there's no love lost. They have been at it twice this year. Watch Dennis Cook with his right shoulder try to make the play, and then hitting Bernard in the back. Now watch Bernard turn around, but watch Cook right there. You can see Bernard turning around. Both appear to be fine, but this is just a continuation of what has happened earlier in the year between Cook and Bernard.
There's been some name calling between the two. There have been pitches up and in. There's been shouting back and forth while on the field. Bad blood between these two, and Bernard shows it again and takes ball 1 outside. Bernard knew what happened. Yep, he turned around immediately, as you pointed out, as Cook gave him a little forearm. Didn't catch him cleanly at all. In fact, just grazed him, as you could see, but it caught Bernard's attention. 1 ball, 1 strike. Miller and Bonds will follow. Good time for a left-hander out of the bullpen, and that's what the Mets go with. 2 balls and a strike. Let's go down to Josh Lewin. Josh?
Well, guys, you talked about it. The last regular season at bat between these two guys, there was a hit batsman. Indeed, it was Bernard hit by Cook. Bernard glared out. Cook called Bernard a midget, quote unquote. The benches emptied. Cook did strike out Bernard, though, in Game 1. This basically is round 3 in the last couple months.
Josh, thanks. 2 balls and a strike. And now 3-1. Cook has not had a good year any way you try to slice it. And here he is facing Marvin Bernard. Falling behind in the count, 3 balls and a strike. Full count. Cook, who's been involved in postseason play with Texas, Florida, and these Mets last year, has a full count on Bernard. Didn't get at the outside corner and a leadoff walk.
Terrific at bat by Marvin Bernard, laying off this 3-2 pitch.
Third baseman number 32, Bill Moore.
Hey, when a left-handed pitcher drops down like that, you can lay off of it. It's very, very difficult. A lot of ways that Dusty Baker can go here with Bill Miller, the batter. Of course, if you sacrifice straight up, there's a chance that the Mets would walk Barry Bonds, but you do have the left-hander out there. But Bobby Valentine has the right-hander. I believe it's Rick White. Turk Wendell now up and throwing. Straight sacrifice is called for here, though.
Miller tipped his hand as Cook went to first base. With that odd play that the Mets have used the past few years here, with a left-hander on the mound, the first baseman playing off the bag. Miller showed bunt as Cook threw to first. And the bunt, well placed. Zeal handles it. The sacrifice good. 3-4. Down to second is Bernard with one out. Well, now an interesting decision. As we take a look at the bunt again, Zeal almost missed connection with it. But he hung on and got the out. And now what do you do? Do you trust your left-hander against a lefty Bonds, or do you put him on and bring in Wendell?
Turk Wendell had just gotten up in the bullpen. If you do intentionally walk Bonds, that will give Wendell a chance to warm up and to be ready. But Valentine's decision is to go right at Barry Bonds.
The three-time MVP waits with a runner at second, one out. And a ball from Cook.
Joe, the reason that Cook does not have as much success against left-handed batters as most left-handed pitchers is that he doesn't have a tailing fastball that comes inside, and he doesn't have a hard biting slider. Usually a hard breaking ball from a left-hander to a left-handed batter is the best of breaking balls. So what does he do? He tries to drop down against Bonds. That has been his asset this year. The thing about Barry Bonds, he doesn't give a lot. He is lethal inside, as we said earlier.
In 90 career postseason at-bats, Bonds has 1 home run and 6 RBIs, including the one he has in this division series in Game 1 in San Francisco.
That triple down the line.
Runner at second, one out, 1 ball, 1 strike. 2-1. Career numbers against Cook, one of the reasons why I'm sure Bobby Valentine will go with this matchup. Cook behind in the count, certainly doesn't have to give in with first base open. Giants trying to get that run back. Runner at second, 1 out, 3 balls and a strike. Is that saved by Piazza?
That was the breaking ball, the slider that Cook features, and it was a nice play by Mike Piazza going to his left. A little short hop. This will be the last batter that Cook faces with 2 right-handers on deck and in the hole. Kent and Burks with Wendell ready in the bullpen.
Bonds trying to add to the Giants' 1-run 7th inning lead. And Cook stalls for time. 3 balls and a strike. Hard hit, but right at Zeal. That thing was crushed. Over to third is Bernard, 2 out.
Cook drops down to Barry Bonds. Right. That was a one-hopper. And that's going to be all for Cook. That's an easy call right there. No way does Dennis Cook face Jeff Kent. But Cook got the big out in Barry Bonds after the leadoff walk to Marvin Bernard.
So Cook goes 2/3 of an inning, 1 walk. He did take care of Bonds, although it was a little louder than he would have liked. And Turk Wendell comes tripping in from the bullpen.
Tripping the light fantastic.
So he will enter. Cook will exit. And it will be Jeff Kent at the plate, a runner at third, 2 out. And the Giants leading 2-1 in the 7th. Turk Wendell, who has toned down his act, and it was that when he broke in '93 with the Cubs. Just slammed down the rosin bag, and he's ready to go. An ERA of about 3.5. That record of 8-6. A lot of work out of the bullpen this year for Bobby Valentine. 77 games worth, and he will work to one of the best hitters in the game today. Jeff Kent, runner at third, 2 out, 2-1 Giants in the 7th. Strike 1. Bernard at third, 2 out. Strike 2.
One slider after another. A slider going away from the right-handed batter. A fastball going in on the right-handed batter. I would suspect Kent will get another slider here.
Drops down, and he got it. He still jumps over the foul line. He does. No more licorice. You're brushing the teeth. But he helps Cook and the Mets get out of the 7th inning. They get around a leadoff walk. Bottom of the 7th, time to stretch. 2-1 Giants.
Division Series on Fox is brought to you by IBM, taking e-business and your business to the next level.
Plenty of action in Queens, Shea Stadium. And our Toyota game summary. Bottom of the 7th inning now with the Mets batting down by a run. Estellé and Bernard drove in runs back in the 4th. Timo Perez knocked in a run back in the 6th inning, and then the Mets missed a chance with the bases loaded, 1 out when Ventura smashed into a double play. Russ Ortiz very good through the first 5. The bullpen helped him, and now here's a right-hander Doug Henry in to work the 7th and a strike to Agbayani. The numbers for Henry this season, 4-4. Started the season with Houston. Back with the Giants. 1 save during the 2000 season. A lot of walks, 49 walks compared to 62 strikeouts. 0-2 in a hurry on Agbayani. Agbayani, Payton, and Zeal. But it gets on Bordick, and after that, the pitcher's spot. 2-1 Giants, bottom of the 7th, game 3 with this series tied at a game apiece. Laid off, 1-2. One of these 2 teams will move on to face the St. Louis Cardinals in the National League Championship Series, which will begin next Wednesday. They'll either start in San Francisco or in St. Louis, depending on who wins this series. 2-2.
Joe, you and I talked to Dusty Baker and asked Dusty before the game if he would use Rob Nin for 2 innings tonight. He said it's doubtful but possible. But you can bet the Giants are just hoping to get to the 8th inning so Dusty can make that decision.
Miller to his left. One away. Agbayani's 0 for 3.
Crosstown, one of the most dominant closers in the game, Mariano Rivera. And in the National League, it's Rob Nin. He has not blown a save since June 25th. 28 converted saves in a row. That's where the Giants are looking and thinking about right now.
That's one of the reasons for second guessing after game 2 when Felix Rodriguez went back out there to start the 10th inning after giving up the 2-run home run to Alfonso in the 9th. They didn't get a chance to use Nen, and the Mets won it on a hit by Payton, who grounds one up the middle. Aurelia makes a great play, 2 out. To his left, almost had to throw that flat-footed, and he gets the speedy Payton for the 2nd out in the 7th.
Watch Aurelia, quick feet to set, and now quick hands to get the speedy Payton. Payton got out of the box real well then also. A lot of times you see the arm of a shortstop. What you don't see is the feet. Quick feet, good arm. Fine play.
Now it's Zeal, who is 1 out of 10 in this series. This Giant team #1 in the National League with only 93 errors committed. And the defense has stood up tall here again tonight for the Giants. Play by Kent last inning. That play by Aurelia to his left. Not spectacular, but very solid. They don't have a lot of flash out there defensively, but they're sure-handed. 0-1 the count on Zeal. A home run threat for the Mets, batting out of the #7 spot. He hit 22 during the regular season. Out in front, strike 2, and Henry and the Giants are 1 strike away from getting through 7 with a 1-run lead.
A slider. Henry in some respects similar to Turk Wendell in that he throws a lot of sliders. With that in mind, if you're Todd Zeal, you have to protect the outside part of the plate. Zeal very proficient at hitting to right with 2 strikes.
On the outside corner, struck him out. Zeal is gone. The Mets' big bats have been silenced in this series. We go to the 8th. Giants bat, they lead it 2-1. Well, we're into the top of the 8th inning of game 3 of this best-of-5 series, with the series tied 1-1. The Giants lead this game 2-1 and have Ellis Burks to lead it off. Then Snow and Aurelia against Turk Wendell. Burks has singled, scored, walked. He's 3 out of 8 in this series. Paper or plastic? Time called as Elvira's shopping bag is picked up.
Elvira's.
1 ball, no strikes on Burks. Well hit down the left field line, but hooking foul. Well, this guy's got a nice, quick stroke.
Yeah, he does. Always has had since his days with Boston, Colorado, And now the Giants.
Now the opposite way and out of play, 1-2. Boy, that Rocky lineup, Tim, was nightmare for pitchers to have to deal with.
Oh, yeah.
And they had Castilla, Galarraga, Larry Walker, Ellis Burks, Bichette. 1-2, almost hit him.
Ellis Burks was almost a Met at one time. Lenny Dykstra was included in the trade. I think the trade or proposed trade was ultimately squashed by the Red Sox. That was in Burks' younger days, about 10 years ago. I believe it was Dykstra and Sid Fernandez. It was Lenny Dykstra, the fine center fielder for the Mets, obviously before he was traded ultimately to the Phillies, and a big leader on that '93 National League pennant Philadelphia Philly team.
I think the Fenway faithful would have grown to love Lenny Dykstra.
Oh, yeah, as they did here at Shea.
Here's the 2-2 to Burks, leading off in the 8th. Full count. Wendell's only postseason experience came last year. The Mets beat Arizona in the division series 3-1 and lost in 6 games to the Braves in the NLCS. 3-2. Breaking ball on 3-2, and it's low for a leadoff walk. We remind you to look for the Gillette $1 Million Strike Zone Challenge by tuning into Game 4 of the World Series here on Fox. Whatever gets you ready for the game.
Well, Mets is stem spelled backwards. That's a good place to put it. Right on the brain stem.
Good time to show that with the Gillette promo. 1 on, nobody out, and a check on Burks at first.
Well, again, the bottom part of the order will be up after JT Snow. So JT too good a hitter to sacrifice here. If Dusty Baker does put the runner in motion, it'll be a hit and run or something like that. No way he bunts here.
Good tailing pitch from Wendell, 0-1. Snow is 2 out of 3, and the time he was retired was on a line drive to center. That was against Reed, who's still on the hook in this game. 6 innings, 2 runs, 7 hits. Burks draws another throw. Cook went 2/3 of an inning. And now Wendell finished off the 7th by striking out Kent, but he's walked Burks to start the 8th. Strike 2. The Mets in this series are hitting 189. Man. And again, that combination of Piazza, Ventura, Zeal, Alfonso. A combined 1 home run and 2 RBIs.
Both, as you said earlier, the 2-run shot by Alfonso in the top of the 9th a couple of days ago at Pac Bell in San Francisco.
If you don't get more out of that group,
you're not going to win.
The Mets aren't going to win this
You're
series.
not going to win. Nope. That's an easy call.
Especially against a team like San Francisco, who, if they get the kind of starting pitching they got tonight and have had in this series, whether it's Livan Hernandez or Estes giving way to Reeder, get it to their bullpen. A look at the Mets bullpen with Franco and Rick White getting loose up beyond the right field wall. 0-2 on Snow. The fastball misses high. Two and 2. Gotta believe that would put a smile on Tug McGraw's face.
Yep. Now Well, the Mets have never lost a 3 out of 5 series. They won in 1969 and 73. And they won last year against the Diamondbacks.
Time called at the plate. No pitch. It's still 2-2. 73 was a year that you got to believe was the mantra heard around Shea Stadium. National League champs in 1973. Had a manager by the name of Berra that year.
Lawrence Berra, Larry Berra.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Snow. And we'll do it again.
Just thinking about Turk Wendell. There's the Mets. They never lost a 3 out of 5 series. And the Giants have never won one. They lost it in 71 and 97, 3 years ago. Thinking about Turk Wendell, he's almost a serious version of Mark the Bird Fidrych and Bill Lee combined.
A combination of the spaceman and the bird.
Yeah. 2 fun-loving guys. Turk certainly like that, but a little more serious a version of those of that particular ilk. See the necklace around Turk's neck. No one dares ask him what's on that necklace.
And there are antlers out in the Mets bullpen. We've got a garden out there. Nuts. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 on, nobody out. Runner goes, and Snow fouls it away. Might be Bullwinkle out in there. Bullpen. It's Bambi's dad watching over the garden. As one of the bullpenners, Wendell, brings home another 2-2 to Snow. And another foul ball. Todd Zeile and Ellis Burks have been able to get to know one another a little better during this at bat, which has lasted a while as Snow battles Wendell. Not active for this division series, may be activated for the next round after the injury to Bell if they get there. That's strike 3 called, and Snow has a parting word with Jerry Crawford, the home plate umpire. That went to the strike zone by way of LaGuardia.
That looked like a backup slider. That could have been a fastball, but what happens is left-handed batter, right-handed pitcher. He adjusts for the slider to come in, and it stays away. I think that was a backup slider. Could have been a fastball. Nonetheless, it fooled J.T. Snow. J.T. thinking it was outside, but as you saw, that was a strike.
Now Aurelia with 1 on, 1 out. Rich would like to get in on the Giants fun. He's 0 for 3. Make a good play in the bottom of the 7th. Strike 1. They are productive. They are powerful up the middle of their infield defense, and what those guys do at the plate. Aurelia and Kent combined for 53 home runs and 204 RBIs. Getting the outside corner to the right-handed batter. And it's 0-2.
Dropping down a little bit. See Piazza trying to bring that ball back a little bit. He brought it back far enough to get the call.
Good time to check on Burks. Burks was running with 2 strikes on Snow. 0-2 the count on Aurelia. 2 out. 2 out here in the top of the 8th inning, a 1-run game. Let's go back to Keith Olbermann of the Fox Television Center.
Joe, half the division series are over. Jim Edmonds clinches it with a homer. Fernando Vina had led the game off with one on the second pitch. Cards are in the NLCS. They have swept the Braves, who went quietly into that good night. The last out was Paul Bacco. If the Yankees eliminate the A's tonight, we will bring you the Mets-Giants at 8 Eastern tomorrow. If not, we'll bring you a Yankee Game 5 on the road. Dum-de-dum-dum. Joe?
Dun-dun. 1 on, 2 out. With Estelea at the plate to check on Burks. Cardinals, in case you're wondering, this season were under 500 against both the Mets and the Giants. In fact, each series in their 3 different series with the Mets were sweeps. The first 2 by the Mets over the Cardinals, and then one in early September in St. Louis on behalf of the Cardinals over the Mets. Seal has to dive for that one.
How about the Cardinals offense? What about Jim Edmonds during those 3 games, just dominating Atlanta pitching? Burks back in time.
1 on, 2 away. Estelea. Check swing for strike 1.
I got the feeling watching those games, Joe, that nobody could have beaten the Cardinals those 3 games. Atlanta, San Francisco, the Yankees, nobody.
No doubt things are going well for them. They lose McGuire. They plug in that hole with Will Clark. For as hot as Edmonds has been, Clark has been right behind him. Sure. In a way, has taken over a major leadership role in the clubhouse. Here, it's a 1-run game in favor of the Giants, and Wendell should get out of the inning. Bordick charges, takes care of the rest. Estelea is gone, and Wendell is around a leadoff walk. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Bottom 2 coming up in the order for the Mets, who trail by 1.
The Division Series on Fox is brought to you by Gateway. In Gateway Country, people rule. By New Aleve Cold and Sinus. Take the 1-pill challenge. New Aleve Cold and Sinus. By Wendy's Bacon Mushroom Melt. When you gotta have one, you gotta have one. And by Visa. It's everywhere you want to be.
Whenever the Goodyear blimp is hovering above a game with its camera focused on an event, you know you're going to get a unique view, and that's certainly the case tonight. That's the spirit of Goodyear, all the way from Akron, Ohio. Fox Sports has been bringing you postseason baseball from the Macarena right through living the Vida Loca to Who Let the Dogs Out. As they play it here at Shea Stadium, they do in every stadium across the country these days, and Bordick leads it off in the bottom of the 8th. Mets down by a run and facing Doug Henry, strike 1.
To whatever else we'll be playing 6 years from now.
It'll be something as haunting and something that you won't be able to get out of your head for a minimum of 6 hours. The 0-1 to Bordick. That's foul. And Mike needs a new bat. It's 0-2.
Guess who's up in the Giant bullpen? Rob Nin. 3 times this year, he has gone more than 1 inning. 3 times. Felix Rodriguez, the loser in game 2, is also throwing. With Nin up this early, you would think that Dusty at least is entertaining the idea of bringing him in this inning. If the Giants still have the lead. Of course, you're not going to bring him in if Bordick pops for a home run or something like that.
Oh, that hits Bordick. And he gets a hug from Estelea. The leadoff man is on. And it's nice to see Bordick able to shake that off and go down to first.
Estelea is arguing about that with home plate umpire Jerry Crawford. Crawford, I wonder why. Real sound right here. Hit Mike in the left shoulder. It was a breaking ball, obviously unintentional. Mets will take that in a second.
That's one of those, I hope he's all right, but
yeah,
boy, that's what we need.
Yes, sir.
And now Lenny Harris, the Mets' best off the bench, is in the game to face Henry or Rodriguez or Nen. Both are getting loose for the Giants in their bullpen. This season, a .260 hitter. list of the all-time pinch hitting greats. He bunts, foul. Strike one.
Lenny Harris didn't give up the sacrifice too early. 130 pinch hits, a bunting situation here in the 8th inning. He tried to take it with him. That's a ball player jargon for a left-handed hitter bunting the ball to the right side of the infield. I think after that attempt, now he'll square around and bunt. Until and if the count gets in his favor.
Yeah, there's part of you that wants Harris to swing the bat against Henry. He's your best off the bench.
Yeah.
And Henry is probably the weakest pitcher that the Mets are going to face over the next 2 innings. So if you want to take a swing in what would typically be a bunting situation, this might be the time. With Rodriguez and Nen getting loose.
I think being in the hole, I don't know. I think this is a bunting situation right here. That's what Henry's trying to do. He's trying to get Harris to commit, and he won't commit. Bobby Valentine is very aggressive in situations such as this. Good play by J.T. Snow to save an error.
So we'll see if they stick with a bunt, or if they let Harris, who has, as Tim mentioned, 130 pinch hits in his career, swing it. And a swing, and he grounds to second. Kent will get the lead man, and not in time for the double play. First base umpire Brian Gorman put up the fist, but then gave the safe call, and I believe he got it right. 1 on, 1 out.
It was very, very close. Strong throw by Aurelia. And it looked like Harris beat the play. Did he? Boy, it was close. Wow. Man. Was the heel on the bag when the ball was in the glove? Out. I thought he was out. Yep. That angle right there. Giants didn't get the call. Boy, what a laser. Aurelia cut loose to first base. Bordick trying to take him out. I mean, he threw a P to first. Snow thought he was out. So did Rich.
Well, nobody had a better view of it than Aurelia.
That's right.
Basically the same angle that we showed you earlier. And it looked like Snow had the ball in his glove a split second before Harris's heel came down on the bag. And it's 1 on, 1 out for Timo Perez, who's at the plate with the only RBI of the game for the Mets.
Joe, there are different formulas for success, but in my mind, in my view right there, Lenny Harris should have been trying to bunt. I thought that was a straight bunting situation. I know you disagree with me, but it's okay.
No, I don't think necessarily disagree.
And not really because Lenny grounded second base or anything like that. But there are certain situations. Perez has been just red hot. Alfonso would follow him. And then if they choose to walk one, then you got Piazza.
The bunt. And it's called strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Again, my only disagreement, if you want to call it that, is that if you're going to take a swing against any pitcher that you're going to face in the last 2 innings, you want to take the swing against Henry and
not Nen. Right.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 on, 1 out. Perez pops it up on the infield for Aurelia. That's the second out of the inning, and Doug Henry has given these Giants 5 big outs. 1 on, 2 out. And we'll remind you tomorrow, Fox NFL Sunday begins with Terry, Howie, JB, and Chris on America's favorite pregame show. Then Stephen Davis and the Redskins take on Donovan McNabb and the Eagles. An NFC East showdown. Ortigi Barber and the Giants square off against Jamal Anderson and the Falcons. Plus other regional action. It all starts at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, only on Fox. Well, here's a guy who has delivered in his short postseason career with the long ball, and with this threat at the plate, Dusty Baker is going to make a pitching change.
Got to be to Nin. Rob Nin, remember, went more than 1 inning 3 times this season. And this is a double switch because the pitcher spot will be leading off the 9th inning. So Nin in the game, I'm sure, and a defensive player. It may be a catcher.
They're going to go to the shortstop. Ramon Martinez, take Aurelia out of the game.
Okay.
So the pitcher will bat in the number 7 spot. Ramon Martinez will hit 9th. Aurelia's gone. And here comes the closer for the Giants. Right now the hottest in the business, Rob Nen. Nen will be asked by the Giants to get 4 outs to give them a 2-1 series advantage. Well, the double switch. Ramon Martinez is in at shortstop. And on the mound is the Giants closer. And he is that. Since July 4th, 28 out of 28 save opportunities. And this is without a doubt a save opportunity. He needs to get 4 outs. 2-1 the Giants lead. Bottom of the 8th inning, and Edgardo Alfonzo is at the plate. Harris takes off, and strike 1 leads to a stolen base for Lenny Harris, and that puts the tying run a hit away.
That's an excellent time to run. Lenny Harris entering the game as a pinch hitter. Estalella. Ball bouncing off the heel of his glove. That's 8 stolen bases. He had 8 stolen bases on the year. His first, obviously, of postseason, but a good time to do it.
Now the Mets ask Alfonzo for a hit. He checks his swing. A ball and a strike.
Joe, the reason that's a good time to steal is with most short relievers, Alfonzo didn't go around, almost, but didn't. With most short relievers, they're not concerned with anything other than home plate. Almost no short reliever has a good move to first base.
Alfonzo rips it into left field to tie the game. It gets past Bonds. It's a double for Alfonzo, and it's 2-2 in the 8th.
Boy, that play at first base looms huge right now. Alfonzo comes through, his 3rd RBI of the series. And now you've got your closer pitching in a non-closing situation. The first blown save since early July for Rob Nen.
Edgardo Alfonzo, who hit that grand slam and had 3 home runs in the division series last year against Arizona, had a home run in game 2 in the 9th inning in this series, is delivered in the 8th for the Mets again. Now Piazza takes ball 1. All of a sudden, Piazza's at the plate with a chance, with a hit, to put the Mets on top for the first time tonight. Meeting on the mound. They just went out there and met prior to that first pitch. And Piazza, who's 0 for 2 today, plus an intentional walk, is 2 out of 9 in this series with no RBIs.
Lenny Harris, on the other hand, may not have pinch hit, but he pinch ran first to first base. Boy, does that play loom large right now. It looked like the Giants had the double play. They did not get the call. And then Harris stole second base and scored on the double by Alfonso.
Piazza 1 hit and 6 career at-bats against Nen, who started this season still trying to rebound from elbow surgery. Worked his way back into shape, had that great stretch, and was signed to a long-term contract extension by the Giants. Pitching to Piazza and getting strike 2 on the inside corner, 1-2. Inside with the last 2 deliveries to Piazza with Ventura on deck.
Yeah, that last one though was intended away, and he got away with one of those little lollipop spinning sliders.
The Mets with their leader at the plate, asking him for a 2-strike, 2-out RBI hit in the 8th. Piazza stays alive.
That's what makes Mike so tough to strike out. A pitcher's pitch, and that last pitch was Nen's pitch, and Piazza stays alive.
Two and 2. The run scored in the inning is charged to Henry. Remember, the inning started with a hit batsman. The only hit in the inning after the pitching change by Alfonso. He's waiting at second with 2 out and a 2-2 count on Piazza. Inning over. Piazza misses another chance. Rob Nen missed the same chance. Edgardo Alfonso ties the game for the Mets. We're 2-2 after 8 in game 3. John Franco, who came on to get the save in game 2. He took over for Benitez in the 10th inning. Got the final 3 outs, including striking out Bonds, looking to end the game. Takes over tonight in what, about 32 minutes or so. Or 7:30 is the start, so they are just about to get underway. The Yankees and the A's. Barry Zito, the 22-year-old, against Roger Clemens, and behind Clemens, the Yankees have a chance to close out Oakland and avoid a game 5 tomorrow night back in Oakland. That game's on NBC, and this is John Franco taking over.
420 lifetime saves. Make it 421, including the other night's save at Pac Bell Park in San Francisco. None of those 420 were as important as the one the other night.
4 saves on the year. He became primarily the setup man for Armando Benitez. It's 2-0 on Ramon Martinez, his first at bat of the game since taking over in the double switch in the bottom of the 8th. Martinez, Bernard, and Miller. Anybody gets on in the inning, Bonds. 2-1 on Martinez.
I'm a little surprised at Martinez taking right there, because the one thing you want to do against John Franco is make sure you're swinging at a predictable pitch, and a 2-0 fastball was ordered then, and he was taking all the way.
Pop up into shallow right, slicing toward foul territory. Can anybody get there? No. Perez with a good effort.
Good hustle, good hustle, good hustle.
Key thing is, you don't have that many opportunities to swing the bat when you know what's coming. And with the count 2 balls and no strikes, a tie ball game, a hitter's first at bat of the night, you know you're going to get a fastball right down the pipe. That's why I think Martinez should have been swinging then, instead of being compelled to swing with the count 2 balls and a strike.
Now it's 2-2.
Now he'll probably get that little screwball, that little changeup that Franco throws that eats young hitters alive.
Ramon Martinez leading off the ninth, the 2-2 game, and defensive swing able to get a piece of it is Martinez to stay in there. Rob Nen keeping that right arm warm for Ventura, Agbayani, and Payton. You would think either way, tie game or with the lead, he'll trot back out there at the bottom of the ninth. Series even at a game apiece. Game 3 tied, 2-2 ninth inning. And the 2-2 to Martinez is grounded to third, off Ventura, base hit. Near the line, moving to his left, and Martinez is on with a leadoff single.
Well, that is good hitting on a tough pitch. Robin Ventura was not on the line. To his credit, he was playing the fatter part of the field. It's like it was just off the webbing. Actually, the heel of the glove. I mean, in past years, Ventura sucks that ball up. Not making any excuses for him, but people who are saying that something other than an injury this year. I mean, he's been hurt all year. But that's a ball he gobbles up. 7 Gold Gloves, no problem. Ball should have been handled.
And now you expect a bunt out of Bernard. Throw to first, and Ramon Martinez gets back. Bernard, in fact, dropped down a bunt in game 2 against John Franco. And he faces Franco here, and he's probably being asked to do the same thing. Pulls back from ball 1 high. Bernard bunted Armando Rios down to second base. And then Rios was tagged out on a fielder's choice trying to get to third. With Bonds coming up, and you know the rest. If you don't, Franco struck out Bonds in a 3-2 changeup. One ball, no strikes on Bernard. And the bunt to third. Ventura fires to second, out. And it's 1 on, 1 out.
We have had some very interesting bunting situations this evening. Robin Ventura all over Bernard, daring him to hit the ball by him, and Ventura with a fine strike to Bordick to get the 1 sure out. One of the big plays in this ball game was when Rick Reed made that play to Robin Ventura covering at third base. Runners on at first and second. That was the inning in which the Giants scored 2. Instead of first and second, there would have been runners on at second and third, and that hit by Bernard would have driven in 2 and not 1. It could have been 3-0.
Well, here is Bill Miller. At first is Bernard, who stole 22 bases during the season. And I would imagine if he feels comfortable against Franco, you've got to test Piazza.
Sure, absolutely. Mike Piazza threw out 12.7% of the runners this year. 16 of 126. The worst in the majors.
And because of that, you'll see more throws to first to try to keep Bernard as close as possible in this 9th inning by Franco.
And John does not have a good move to first base. There are a lot of things Dusty Baker can do. The bunt wasn't successful, but he does have a faster runner on base than Bernard. You can hit and run, you can straight steal.
Three consecutive throws over. Benitez getting loose, but that's with an eye on Jeff Kent. It's Miller at the plate now, the switch hitter, then the lefty Bonds. If the inning goes past Bonds, it's Kent, and you would have to believe Benitez. 1 on, 1 out. Ball 1 to Miller. Something Dusty Baker hasn't seen since July 2nd. A blown save by Nen to tie the game in the bottom of the 8th inning. Now we're in the 9th. 2-2. Runner at first, 1 out. And another throw. The Mets were a little better suited last year when they had John Olerud over at first on this particular play. With a left-hander on the mound. Not only because Olerud has the glove on the other hand, because Olerud moves around a little better at first base. Paying all the attention of Bernard at first. It's 2-0 on Miller, and here's a guy who's hitting over 300 in this series and is a career .289 hitter standing at the plate.
That's a good point, Joe, because there are side effects to a catcher not being able to throw well. Texas Rangers pitchers do not have to worry about Ivan Rodriguez, because even if the runner gets a good jump, Rodriguez will throw him out. Not so Piazza. You have to protect Piazza, and in doing so, you become wild.
The 2-0. Runner goes, and a shot into deep right. Should be handled. Perez there, back to first. Bernard, 2 out. Just able to get back as he tested Timo, who made that strong throw in to get a rise out of this Shea Stadium crowd. 2 away.
Timo Perez thought he had a shot at first base. But no. Put that next to Luis Soto's play in Oakland the other night.
Well, here's a rematch. There's the career between these two. Here is that at bat in game 2. Change-up that barely caught. If it did, the inside corner on Bonds to end the game. Another chance for Barry. 1 on, 2 out. Strike 1.
Barry asking Jerry Crawford if the pitch was high. Jerry said no.
91 career postseason at bats for Bonds. 1 home run, 6 RBIs. Strike 2.
Another high fastball from Franco. Outfield is very deep. They have a no doubles defense in the outfield.
He has him set up for that changeup. Crowd wanted it. Bonds got the call. 1-2.
Just outside.
Todd Pratt's reaction in the Mets dugout. When this series was lined up and the Mets knew that they were facing the San Francisco Giants, one of the first thoughts in the mind of John Franco was, I am going to have to contend with Barry Bonds. He's taken care of him once. He's 2-2 on him here, and there is that changeup. Again, Kent on deck and Benitez ready in the bullpen if they want to go that way. that far away from Broadway, and the stage has been set. Bottom of the 9th inning. A 2-2 game. Rob Nen, who blew the save in the 8th, will try to get this game to the 10th. Ventura leads it off. That's into the right field corner, foul.
You could see Ventura looking for a fastball. He got a fastball. He was leaning out over the plate, trying to end this ball game. Look at the body language right there. He got what he was looking for, but yanks it foul.
Ventura 0 for his last 13, dating back to the regular season. In this series, he's 0 for 9. Little off balance in the count, 1-2. Agbayani will follow, and then Jay Payton for the Mets here in the 9th inning. Series tied, game 3 tied. Into right field for Burks. One away. This is your television scenario tomorrow. Takes a little explaining. The Yankees at Athletics at 7:30 tomorrow night on Fox. If there is a game 5, meaning if Oakland wins tonight at Yankee Stadium behind Zito over Clemens, Yankees lead that series 2-1. If that series is over and the Yankees have won, that means that Tim and I will be back here along with Josh and the rest of our crew. Giants at Mets, game 4. Right now the series, of course, tied 1-1. We'll hit the air at 7:30 on Fox. If Fox televises that Yankee game against Oakland, ESPN will televise game 4 of this series at 4 o'clock. Agbayani, woo. I don't know if Jay Payton even saw it. He's standing in the on-deck circle.
I don't think he did.
If he did, he's cooler than cool standing there watching that thing shoot past him. Strike 1. Agbayani missed that by plenty. Good pitch from Nen, 0-2.
The experience of Nen taking advantage of the aggressive youth of Agbayani throwing that ball out of the strike zone. I don't think Agbayani will see a strike in the next 2 pitches.
He does over the outside corner, and he took it 2 out. Second strikeout for Nen. He got Piazza to end the 8th.
You didn't let me finish. It was unless it was a perfect pitch.
Oh, okay. Out of way.
Well, that was nasty. That slider right on the black. Woo.
Well, now Payton, the 27-year-old rookie who hit 17 home runs during the regular season. Nen trying to send this game into the 10th. And he starts Payton with a strike.
Jay Payton wearing the number of 2 great hitters that come to mind. One, the great Willie McCovey with the San Francisco Giants. The other, Henry Aaron.
One ball, 1 strike.
He'd love to emulate either one right now. Willie McCovey, one of the most fearsome hitters in the history of the game.
Payton so far tonight 0 for 3, 1 out of 11 in this series. The 1-1 from Nen. Going to be close. Martinez in the hole. Low. Safe.
A Aurelia has to go to his right. High chopper. Second hop. Martinez. Aurelia's not in there, but Aurelia would not have made that play either. You can see, once it takes 2 bounces, a guy with Peyton's speed is going to make the play. And he beat it.
Well, now a meeting on the mound, Tim, as Snow walks in to talk to Nen. We remember what happened the last time. It was a similar situation with Lenny Harris at first base and 2 out. Nen's first delivery to Edgardo Alfonzo was a strike, but on the pitch, Lenny Harris stole second. Now it's Peyton at first. Peyton stole 5 bases during the regular season, was caught 11 times. And the Giants will keep a close eye on it with Zeile at the plate. Zeile's run out of there by Nen.
Oakland Athletics have scored 3 in the top of the first against Roger Clemens and the Yankees.
Clemens, who hasn't won a game on 3 days rest since 1990. Wow. Pitching for the Yankees. Still not out of the first. Runner at first with 2 out, and Nen steps off. Here it's 2-2 in the 9th, and Nen wants Estalella to come visit him.
If you're Todd Zeile in this situation, if Peyton is going to run, you want him to run as soon as possible so you can work on trying to drive him in. He may take 1 pitch, but taking 2 to give Jay a chance to run, The Giants also in no doubles defense. They're very deep. They're straight away for the most part. Zeile hits a lot of balls to right field off hard throwers, and Nen is certainly that. Center fielder Marvin Bernard and another area code.
Ball 2. And like it was with Franco in the top of the inning, worrying about the runner at first. Bernard. Nen is bothered by the presence of Peyton over at first here in the bottom of the 9th.
Non-running situation here. Time for Zeile to hit.
And he took 2 and 1. That has been a frustration point for Zeile over the years in his big league career. Career that's had him put on 8 different major league uniforms. Taking on 2-0, it's 2 and 1. Time call. Big swing, and it's 2 and 2.
That was it right there. I'm sure Todd Zeile is thinking the same thing. A predictable fastball from Rob Nen, and Zeile fouls it off.
If this game goes to the 10th, Tim, it'll be Kent, Burks, and Snow for the Giants.
I was going to say, Joe, now the advantage goes back to Nen because he's even the count. Come from 2-0 to 2-2.
Peyton's running. Estalella's throw, no chance. And the winning run in scoring position for the Mets.
Bad pitch for Estalella to handle. Bobby has already thrown out 1 runner tonight, and Peyton easily, what a jump he had on Rob Nen. The infield reminded now, play a step deeper, and if you can't make a play, knock the ball down. Keep it in the infield.
First base is open here.
Now that Giant outfield defense has moved in. It's no longer a no doubles defense. A single wins the game to the outfield.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Runner at second, 2 out. And I mentioned first base being open because Zeal did not get a 3-2 fastball. It's going to be up to Bordick. Nen didn't mind at all if he put Zeal on base.
Number 17, Mike Bordick.
Mike Bordick acquired by these Mets on July 28th. Homered in his first at bat for these Mets. Picked up from the Orioles. The Orioles basically this season were a farm team for all the contending clubs. And they all came in and had their pick, and the Mets picked Mike Bordick. He could win game 3 with a well-placed hit. 2 on, 2 out. Strike 1. Two quick strikes from Nen to Bordick. Ventura started the inning. He flied to right. Agbayani struck out. Payton an infield hit. Stole second. A walk to Zeal. 2-2 game in the 9th and an 0-2 pitch to Bordick. We go to the 10th. The Mets strand a couple. They've now left 6. We go to inning number 10. Here it's Shea. 2-2. Kurt Abbott, who has postseason experience with the '97 world champion Marlins, makes his first appearance of this series. Takes over at short in a double switch. Bordick is gone. Abbott bats 9th. Pitching and batting 8th is Armando Benitez.
Well, Benitez following John Franco tonight. One thing you do by putting Kurt Abbott in the ball game, Kurt, a better offensive player, you're going to lose something on defense with Bordick out of there. Certainly understand the reasoning behind Bobby Valentine making the double switch. He wants to get more than 1 inning out of Benitez, but in doing so you have to make the double switch. Mike's out of the game, a better defensive shortstop than Abbott.
The 0-1 to Kent. Strike 2.
Of course, if Benitez keeps throwing like that, you're not going to need a shortstop. He is blowing tonight. His first 2 pitches to Jeff Kent, unhittable.
The 0-2. 98. One home run in the career of Jeff Kent and only 2 at-bats against Benitez, and time called just as Benitez was starting to work at home. One ball, 2 strikes. Burks and Snow will follow. Into center field, a base hit. That pitch was up, and Kent is on to start the 10th. Well, Armando Benitez, who has been so good during the regular season, has some demons to exercise from his postseason history. 1996, the division series, the '96 ALCS Game 1, and the Jeffrey Mayer home run, as it's been known since then. '97 ALCS Game 6, the home run by Tony Fernandez to win it. And then Game 2 of this division series, the pinch hit, game-tying 3-run home run hit by JT Snow. Now he he gives up a leadoff hit to Kent, and he works to Ellis Burks.
And again, not a bunting situation. This game has had so many odd whether to bunt, whether not to bunt situations in it.
Ball one outside to Burks, who's 1 for 2 with 2 walks.
Remember when Rob Nen was brought into the game, J.T. Snow is on deck, but the pitcher now in the 7 slot. When Nen was brought in, Martinez was put in the 9 hole and Nen in the 7 hole. So technically the pitcher, or the pitcher's spot, will be the 4th spot in this inning.
And I think you would agree that either way, Nen was finished after going over an inning.
Dusty Baker's got to be thinking.
That's hammered foul.
Dusty's got to be thinking that if they don't score this inning, you at least want to clear this pitcher's spot out of there. And barring a double play, the Giants will do at least that. Because you don't want to be forced to make another double switch because you're liable to take out your Thunder or be forced to take out your Thunder in the lineup like a guy like Ellis Burks, J.T. Snow.
Felix Rodriguez will come on and pitch in the bottom of this 10th inning. Not only do you take out some of your Thunder, you're also starting to hurt your defense. If you take out a guy like Snow, who's already lost to Aurelia, committed 21 errors during the regular season in favor of Ramon Martinez in the double switch.
And the Mets have already weakened their defense with a double switch by putting Kurt Abbott in there and taking Mike Bordick out of the game.
Ball and a strike on Burks. Showing bunt. Ball 2, 2-1.
I think that was a decoy right there, but in the process of decoying, that ball could have been a strike.
It's given these Mets infielders at least something else to think about.
Yeah.
Benitez can't be easy to bunt. And Burks is not a guy who has been asked to bunt in his big league career. And it's 3-1 from Benitez. A 2-strike hit to center by Kent started this 10th inning. And Burks with a count in his favor, 3 balls and a strike. Smashed foul. And a good play by that kid down the left field line. That ball was hammered.
All the elements considered, I think Kent will be running here. Benitez is not a guy you're going to make contact against easily. But with Piazza behind the plate, I think you got to send him right here.
Going. And a chop to third. Tough one for Ventura. Barehanded stab in the out. 1 away. Runner at second. 1 out. And Ventura stabbed it with his right hand.
How about that play by Robin Ventura? Who needs a glove when you can use your hand? Fine play by Ventura. 7 gold gloves and now a gold hand.
Well, as you watch that out, know that this is another decision time as you look at the Giants bench reaction. You've got first base open, Tim. Runner at second, the go-ahead run, 1 out. Your Bobby Valentine and/or Armando Benitez. Snow is at the plate with Nen's spot on deck. Obviously, Nen's not going to bat. But you would be faced with either Armando Rios, Russ Davis, Felipe Crespo, or do you take your chances with Snow, who's already burned Benitez once?
Walk him. Clear cut, my view.
And that's what they'll do. The intentional pass, and it will be Felipe Crespo to bat for Nen. Now they bring Crespo back, and they put Armando Rios in the on-deck circle. Rios has been good off the bench. In fact, is 1 for 1 in this series. With that base hit to start the 10th in game 2.
And then the horrible base running mistake while on at second base with 1 out. Going to third base, thrown out by Mike Bordick. And no one knows how the Mets would have pitched to Barry Bonds under those circumstances. Could have been different with a runner on at second as opposed to a runner on at first.
Pinch hitting for the San Francisco Giants. Number 1, Armando Rios.
Here it is, game 2, with the Mets up by 1 run. Rios on second base. Ball hit to his right. Horrible mistake by Rios. He'll try to atone for it here.
During the regular season, hit .266 overall with 10 home runs. As a pinch hitter, was 4 out of 23. As I mentioned, 1 for 1 in this division series. He bats with 2 on, 1 out. John Franco pitched a scoreless 9th, and now it's Benitez in trouble in the 10th. Kent, the lead runner at second, Snow on at first. Two aboard, 1 out, 1 ball, 1 strike on Armando Rios.
With Benitez's fastball, he won't throw a wild pitch. His wild pitches, if you're thinking about that, certainly the Giants runners have to be thinking about that. This is breaking ball in the dirt. Piazza will be tested.
2 balls and a strike.
Rather remarkable that Benitez did not have a wild pitch all year. But that breaking ball, the slider or the splitter, can be very testy for Piazza.
Runners on at first and second, 1 out. Rios overmatched, 97 miles per hour, 2-2. Full count.
Interesting ball game. How many times have we asked the question, do you send the runners? Or well, this time I don't think you send them. Strikeout pitcher against a pinch hitter. They got to stay put.
They do. And Rios gets under 1 into right. Perez back into the corner, pretty well hit. The ballpark will hold it, 2 out. Both runners tag. Only Kent advances to third, and it's first and third, 2 out.
Rios just misses this pitch. This is similar to the ball JT Snow hit the other night at Pac Bell Park. Gone there, not here. Perez right against the fence for the second out.
So now Dusty Baker will call on another man off his bench, switch hitter Felipe Crespo. He'll go up there and bat left-handed against Benitez. The numbers during the season for Crespo, a .290 hitter. They'll have to use Mirabelli in the bottom of the 10th to do the catching as they're lifting Estalella for the pinch hitter. That means Dusty Baker will be left with 1 extra man, Russ Davis, if it continues past the 10th.
You almost have to do this. You don't know in an extra inning game if you'll ever have another chance to use a pinch hitter. Clearly the right move by Dusty Baker.
In case you're wondering, left-handers hit 133 against Benitez this year. First and third, 2 out, ball 1 from the big right-hander. Calvin Murray, Doug Mirabelli, Russ Davis. Left on the bench for San Francisco. They'll have to use Mirabelli in the bottom of the inning, and he will likely be catching Felix Rodriguez. Now it's 3-0 with Ramon Martinez on deck. Coming up after the game, Cops and America's Most Wanted. We're in the top of the 10th, a 2-2 score. Series even at a game apiece. Crespo trying to put the Giants back out in front. 3-1. Bottom of the 10th. The Abbott, Perez, and Alfonso. In the air to center. Should do it for the Giants in the 10th. Half inning over. Benitez gets around a leadoff hit. Gets around the intentional walk. Still 2-2. Bottom of the 10th. Shea Stadium, game 3. Well, Doug Mirabelli takes over and does the catching. Estelea caught the first 9 innings. And now Felix Rodriguez, who was the loser in game 2 for the Giants, takes over here in game 3.
76 appearances this year, his second in postseason. One of the premier setup men in baseball, asked to go in a different department right now.
Abbott up there ready to swing. His first at bat, strike 1. In case you're wondering, Mirabelli will bat 7th where Rios hit. Crespo is out of the lineup, and the pitcher is batting in the number 8 spot.
Joe, the reason I circle those 6 home runs, 2 of those home runs by Abbott have been walk-off home runs here at Shea Stadium. He does have some thump.
Just missed the outside corner, a ball and a strike, and as you can tell already, Felix Rodriguez throws as hard as either of the last 2 guys we've seen out there. Nen for the Giants and Benitez for the Mets. Should be handled on the right side if it stays in play. Where the wind grabs it and just throws it out of play. Strike 2. Whatever wind there is, and there isn't much, but it is blowing in that direction, and you could see Snow set up thinking he would easily have a play on that ball, and the wind grabbed it, took it out of play.
Whatever wind is left from Candlestick Park in those giant road uniforms, it just surfaced.
Felix Rodriguez, a former catcher in the Dodger organization, takes over for the Giants here in the 10th. 2-2 score. And Abbott backs out of there. Close, 2-2. Abbott trying to get something started for the Mets. pops it up. See what the wind does to this. Backing out of play. It's still 2-2. With the Giants leading 2-1 going into the bottom of the 8th inning. Pinch hitter Lenny Harris was swinging. Just beat the throw to first on the relay. Was called safe by the first base umpire. Stole on the first pitch to Alfonso, and on the next delivery, Edgardo Alfonso with 2 out lined a double down the left field line to tie the game at 2. We're in the bottom of the 10th, 2-2, and the 2-2 to Abbott. 1 away. Rodriguez got it by him up and out of the strike zone.
Looked like a cut fastball to Abbott. I'll tell you, the way Rodriguez is throwing, a guy like Perez would give him more trouble than a power hitter. When you're a power pitcher, like power pitchers do not like to see guys like this come up. He has a small strike zone, only 5'8". Sprays the ball around. Barry Bonds over toward the line in left field.
Well, there's going to be a delay now as Jerry Crawford, the home plate umpire, has spotted a camera that is placed, I guess, within the field of play. Back at the edge, there's the camera. Was that a remote control camera? Because the photographer, they're pointing down to the photographer's well. Either it's in the field of play or they don't want it there.
Look at this.
Bobby Valentine's going to put a towel over it. Again, coming up after the game, cops and America's Most Wanted. So Bobby Valentine, who over the years has been accused of espionage tactics, has to cover that camera with a towel. Nobody is claiming ownership to that camera right now. Perez takes ball 1. They're going to appeal, or they're going to make, I think Bill Miller, the third baseman, is going to have them take the towel off that camera. Or there's something else going on in that little auxiliary box down near the Mets dugout that has caught the attention of the third base umpire, Mike DeMuro. It's Frank Robinson. It's his fault. So whatever it is, they are getting together and they're talking about the guy that's got a white hat. You can hear that over the microphone down there. Frank Robinson's there. He can immediately turn around and suspend who's ever at fault here.
Well, you can't.
This poor guy.
Come on. What's wrong with wearing it? It looks like.
Where else is he going to put his sunglasses at 8:20 at night?
Yeah. A white hat. Bothered by a white hat at night. There's a chance for that fella to get on national television. Said, you know, should have worn the darker hat. Honey, I told you.
Well, he's still wearing it. Don't see anything that's changed since before that first pitch to Perez. Now the 1-0's popped up. And Bonds will make the easy play. 2 out. And right now, the Mets' best clutch hitter, Edgardo Alfonso, who has already logged a home run against Felix Rodriguez in this series, walks in with 2 out and nobody on, and a chance to end it with 1 swing or send this game to the 11th inning. Well, the Giants will have Martinez, Bernard, and Miller. If anybody gets on, Barry Bonds. 2-2 in the 10th. 2 out, nobody on for Edgardo Alfonso. Strike 1 from Rodriguez.
The last time Edgardo Alfonso faced Felix Rodriguez. He had a low fastball for a home run. Alfonso's long ball is the ball down around the knees. He has great lift in his swing.
Here's the home run from game 2, 9th inning. Through the fog into the bleachers and a 4-1 lead. JT Snow tied it with a pinch hit 3-run homer. The Mets won it on a hit by Peyton in the 10th. Alfonso pops it up. That's 3 pop-ups. And into right field as Burks waits for it. The inning is over. So we are through 10 innings of game 3. We go to the 11th. The number 9 man will lead it off for the Giants, still tied at 2. Armando Benitez will work a second inning as he takes the mound again here in the 11th. Now the game summary, top of the 11th, a 2-2 game. Giants have used 17 players, so the Mets 16. And the number 3 hitters for each side, a combined 0 for 7. Ramon Martinez, who's the shortstop now for the Giants, takes a ball up and away from Benitez, who got around a hit and an intentional walk last inning by getting Rios and Crespo on pop-outs. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bernard and then Miller will follow. Bonds due up 4th this inning. Strike 2. Bottom of the 11th. Piazza, Ventura, and Agbayani. One away. And the first strikeout for Benitez.
A wicked slider to get Ramon Martinez. So many ways that Benitez can get you out, and he changes the eye level so much on hitters. He throws a high fastball, then he has the splitter below the knees and a wicked slider too.
Bernard 1 hit in this game. It was an RBI hit. The Giants' second run in the 4th inning. They haven't scored since the 4th. The Mets haven't scored since that 2-out RBI double by Alfonso in the 8th. One and one. Just jabbing at it. Strike 2. That wasn't a very good effort there.
Nope. That looked more like a sacrifice than a bunt for a base hit. Squaring around too early. Ventura was shallow anyway. Have no idea what Marvin was trying on that particular attempt.
Benitez with a 1-2 pitch. 2-2.
There has been terrific defense in this game tonight. The barehanded pickup by Ventura at third base. Nicely turned double play by Jeff Kent with the bases loaded and 1 out.
Bernard is gone if Piazza can finish the play. That wasn't routine as Piazza short-armed it. Back-to-back strikeouts to start the 11th for Benitez.
Great defense in this series. There have been no errors committed by either club in these 3 games.
And now Bill Miller, who will try to get this 11th inning into the lap of Barry Bonds, who waits on deck. Outside corner, strike 1. One and one. 2 out, bases empty, top of the 11th. 2 balls and a strike as Miller is up on the count. Bill a double back in the 3rd inning. Sacrifice bunt laid down by Miller in the 7th. 1 out of 4 on the night.
Remember way back in the 3rd inning with 2 out and nobody on, we talked about Rick Reed, the necessity to throw a strike and try to prevent Barry Bonds from coming up. Same thing with Benitez.
Full count. And the crowd to its feet.
Miller's got to get a fastball here. Moderate power. He had 10 home runs this season.
Bases empty, 2 away, 3-2 to Bill Miller. And this game stays 2-2. Benitez struck out the side in the 11th. Piazza, Ventura, Agbayani coming up, bottom of the 11th. Well, it's still 2-2. And we talk football tomorrow. Fox NFL Sunday begins with Terry, Howie, JB, and Chris on America's favorite pregame show. Then Stephen Davis and the Redskins battle the Eagles. Or Tiki Barber and the Giants take on Jamal Anderson and the Falcons. Plus other regional action. It all starts at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Only on Fox. Mike Piazza at the plate. In this series, 2 out of 10. In his career, 2 postseason home runs. And Rodriguez hits the outside corner with strike 1. '67 career postseason at bats for Piazza. 2 home runs. Inside now, and it's 0-2. 97 from Felix Rodriguez.
Yeah, for that reason, Bill Miller's on the line at 3rd base. It's just not necessary. That ball a fastball. Boy, there's been some smoke thrown here tonight between Benitez and Rodriguez. Be more inclined to put JT Snow on the line at first base. JT's off, Miller's not. I mean, the chances of Mike Piazza pulling a ball down the line, not as great as the chances of Piazza hitting a ball between Snow and the line at first base.
The count is 0-2. Ventura, who's been frustrated all season, but in this postseason in particular, missed a chance with the bases loaded back in the 6th inning, although he did hit the ball hard. He's next. It's Piazza now. The 1-2. 97 again. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He is blowing, as was Benitez.
At what point in this former catcher's career did they think he'd be good on the mound? When he was knocking the glove off the second baseman?
Throwing it back to the pitcher.
2 balls, 2 strikes. This is game 3 of this best-of-5 divisional series. The winner of this series will go on to take on the St. Louis Cardinals in the National League Championship Series. If the Mets win, they'll start in St. Louis. If the Giants win, it's out in San Francisco on Wednesday. Series tied at a game apiece. Game tied 2-2, bottom of the 11th. Piazza stays up there. Rick White will work the 12th inning if this game gets there. Piazza hit 38 home runs during the regular season, and he wants time. potential winning run is on for the Mets to start the 11th.
The slider missed. The fastball. 2-2 to Piazza. Fouled it off. Fouled it off. Broke his back. And Rodriguez very upset. And you can understand as Piazza, a pinch runner for Mike. Todd Pratt will be the catcher in the top of the 12th. Should Joe McEwing or another Met not cross the plate.
McEwing, the pinch runner, carrying the potential winning run in his back pocket in this game 3. And he draws a throw from Rodriguez.
And another interesting decision for Bobby Valentine. Robin Ventura 0 for 10 in the series. Do you bunt here or allow him to take a shot at that hole on the right side? Snow holding McEwing close.
Not a burner for a runner as Ventura gets a base hit to left. And the first 2 are on for the Mets here in the 11th. Breaking an 0 for 14 slump. Ventura dating back to the regular season, and he sets it up here in the 11th with Agbayani, the scheduled hitter. 2 on, nobody out.
That's the best way to come out of any slump, is try to hit it back through the middle or the other way. Another interesting situation, almost surely a bunt play right here. Now Dusty Baker wants to go out and talk to his infielders.
While they talk on the mound, Joe McEwing goes over and talks to Cookie Rojas. He's the lead runner. Agbayani, who was slowed by a hamstring strain the last week of the season, will be the hitter. And you would imagine will be asked to bunt the runners up to second and third. Again, looking forward to tomorrow. Fox Sports will broadcast Game 5, if necessary, of the division series between the Yankees and the A's in Oakland. That is, if the A's win tonight and force Game 5, and they're leading 3-0 in the 3rd inning at Yankee Stadium at 7:30 tomorrow night, or Game 4 of this series, if that other series is over at 7:30 Eastern Time. If Fox broadcasts the Yankees game tomorrow night, ESPN will have Game 4 of this series at 4 Eastern. Agbayani up with 2 on and nobody out.
Miller's already given the defensive sign. Do they put the wheel play on here?
Strike 1.
Playing it straight up. Snow held his position at first, and Miller held his position at third. Now they'll do it again.
Leadoff hit by Piazza. McEwing pinch running. A base hit by Ventura. And an 0-1 count on Agbayani. Strike 2.
One of the things tougher to hit a guy like Rodriguez is to bunt against him because he throws high fastballs. You can't get on top of it.
Do they stay with a bunt on 0-2?
No, I don't think so.
Miller backs up at third. Agbayani shoots it foul. Just asking a question.
No. I don't think so. Is that too terse a reply?
It struck me. Agbayani waiting for another 0-2 delivery from Felix Rodriguez. trying to win game 3. That's foul. Nearly guided it down the right field line.
Now again, you get a hitter in the hole, 0-2, and then give him 2 pitches, more or less right down the middle of the plate. Agbayani, a very free swinger. Talked about Rick Reed earlier in the game. Sometimes pitchers are so locked into that strike zone they can't throw a ball at the right time.
Fingers crossed and watching an 0-2 pitch to Agbayani. Arabelli set way outside. It's 1-2. Agbayani hitless in this game. 2 for 9 in this series with 0 RBIs. That's foul and almost took a Giant out in the San Francisco dugout. Or one of New York's finest.
How in the world did Agbayani get around on that fastball? That ball is off the plate inside. Talk about wheeling on it. They wanted to go there. Yanks it in the Giant dugout. What an at-bat by Agbayani.
In case you're wondering the importance of this game, after a series has been tied 1-1 in Division Series history, and that history dates back to 1995. The team winning game 3 has won 5 of the 6 series. The exception, the Yankees of '97 to the Indians. 2-2. Payton waits to hit next. Payton beat Rodriguez with a base hit in the 10th inning in game 2 in San Francisco. But right now it's Agbayani. Winning run at second. Off the plate, foul ball. If you were with us earlier, you heard a roar escape from this crowd when the final was posted on the out-of-town scoreboard here at Shea Stadium, with the Cardinals beating Atlanta to sweep that series and advance to the NLCS. These fans believe, and somewhere these Mets have to at least be relieved to know that the Braves have been bounced out of this tournament with the history that the Mets have had playing Atlanta.
Yeah, their nemesis throughout the 90s.
Including last season, losing 4 games to 2 in the National League Championship Series. Agbayani waits. 2 on, nobody out. And a 2-2 from Rodriguez. A little floater into left center field. Bernard over to get it. 1 out, and Agbayani does not advance the runners. Now it's the 27-year-old rookie Jay Payton, who won game 2 with this against the man he's about to face. Felix Rodriguez scored Darrell Hamilton. Calvin Murray's throw was too late, and the Mets won game 2 5-4.
That was a fastball away that Felix threw him 2 nights ago. Here he is, similar situation. Difference, of course, playing in the bottom of the inning. Hit like that, the game's over.
Although a hit identical to that would make it a little closer with a left-handed throwing center fielder. He slices one into right center. Bernard is better suited going to his left. McEwing is the lead runner at second. 2 on, 1 out. Ball 1.
It's interesting with a runner on at second base, how they walk into the baseline. First guy that I remember doing that was Maury Wills with the Dodgers. More or less an innovator of that particular style. You see how he starts way back and walks into the baseline to try to be mobile when the ball's in the hitting area.
Payton trying to end it. 1 ball, 1 strike, and he had a good rip. McEwing, by the way, was schooled in the fundamentals of baseball by one of baseball's best minds past century and now into the 21st century, and that's George Kissel, who instructed him in the minor league system of the Cardinals.
Mr. Fix-It of the Cardinals, and he could fix anything. Taught you how to play the game, how to think the game.
Rodriguez trying to send this game to the 12th. Payton gets time at home plate. This big crowd is hushed, waiting for a reason to erupt. Payton trying to give him a reason. Strike 2. This is as quiet as this stadium has been since 3:30. It's 12 minutes before 9 on the scoreboard clock right now. The heart of the order will bat for the Giants in the 12th if Rodriguez can get it there. Broken bat, and it's still 1-2.
There's an expression in baseball when a pitcher saws you off like that, he gets in your kitchen. Well, this thing got in part of the 2-car garage. This is a real jam job right here. I think even Jay would laugh about that. Didn't break it too, but it is kindling now.
So back to the garage for a new bat for Jay Payton, who's 1 out of 4 tonight. Payton choked up on the bat and frustrated as Rodriguez is taking his time getting to the set position. Ball, 2 strikes. That one broke as well and was just fouled down the line. That one didn't stay in one piece.
No, it didn't.
See if his knuckles are still there. Get that off the end of the bat?
I think below the trademark. The trademark's about a third of the way up the bat, right above the handle. And if you hit it below the trademark, there's a pretty good shot. If the ball is heavy enough and running in on you hard enough, that it'll saw it off. That's what happened to Jay Payton. So last 2 pitches, 2 broken bats.
McEwing pinch running. The winning run at second. Runners at first and second with 1 out, and again Payton spins out of there as Rodriguez takes his time. A long at bat, and these Giant infielders might be a little flat-footed.
Perhaps.
As Rodriguez takes forever. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 on, 1 out. 5 feet wide. It's 2-2. Zeal will be next. Jay Payton could win it for the Mets here in Game 3 with a hit. Down the left field line, foul ball. And Payton broke another bat. Good thing for Payton, this is a home game. If he was on the road, he might be asking for some help. Only pitchers would volunteer the way this at bat has gone.
Now Jay yanking the ball foul down the left field line. Marvin Bernard continues to stay into right center for the Giants. Bonds about straight away in left field, but you can see Marvin Bernard just a little bit to the second base side in center. And the reason he's there is that Rodriguez continues to throw very, very hard.
Pop foul back here. And a minor victory of sorts, and then Payton doesn't need to get a new bat, although he checked it. Turned it around and banged the handle on the ground.
Jay probably thinking, anytime I make contact against this guy, I break my bat. What's going on?
Back-to-back hits to start the inning. Agbayani initially up there to bunt, had 2 strikes and eventually flew to center. Now with a 2-2 count on Payton, choked way up on the bat. Rodriguez ready again. What a bat. Collegiate teammate at Georgia Tech with Nomar Garciaparra, Jason Varitek, 2 of the Boston Red Sox, and Jay Payton came out of his last year there, at least average-wise, a better hitter than either one of them. 10th pitch of the at-bat coming here to Payton. 4 bats later, he waits for another 2-2 from Rodriguez. Got him. Blew it by him upstairs. 2 out.
People are inclined to tell a hitter in a situation like that, way to battle it. Well, what about Rodriguez? He persevered not only with Payton, but also with Agbayani.
And so it's Zeal up now, with Todd Pratt on deck. Pratt is going to have to come into this game anyway, because Piazza's been lifted for the pinch runner McEwen. So if Zeal extends this inning without winning the game, Pratt will bat. Obviously the bases would be loaded then. Rick White, it appears, will be the new pitcher for the Mets in the 12th, and he will work to Bonds, Kent, and Burks if this game goes there. Zeal trying to prevent that. Become the Game 3 hero. Zeal with 2 on, 2 out. Ball 1. Zeal walked his last time up against Nen in the 9th inning. And with 2 on and 2 out, Bordick struck out to send this game to the 10th. And another meeting between Mirabelli and Felix Rodriguez, and Jerry Crawford comes out there and says, come on, let's go. He's the home plate umpire.
It didn't appear after that first pitch that Rodriguez crossed Mirabelli up at all. And I have no idea why he was out there for that long a time. Now Mirabelli is talking to Jerry Crawford and explaining his case.
The 29th pitch of the inning is coming right here to Zeal. Rodriguez spun around, and the only guy there was McEwing. Long inning for Rodriguez as he works to Zeal, the 1-0. 2-0 with, again, Todd Pratt waiting on deck.
Well, Todd Zeal took a 2-0 pitch his last time up. And Joe, you were talking about that. There's a time to be swinging at a good ball. It's right now.
This crowd is dead silent right now. 3-0. Does he swing on 3-0?
If he's tentative on 2-0, I don't think so. I don't think Todd Zeal is the type of hitter who likes to swing 3-0. It would surprise me if he's swinging.
Two on, two out, the 3-0. Didn't give him a chance to anyway, and the bases are loaded with 2 away. Now the winning run is 90 feet away for the Mets. And it's Todd Pratt to bat for Benitez.
Rodriguez wasn't even close to Todd Zeal. 4 straight balls. With that in mind, if you're Todd Pratt, take a strike. A lot of ways to go right here. I mean, if he's going to get wild, give him a chance to get wild. At least in my view, that should be Pratt's MO right here.
Well, Pratt has already been a Division Series hero for these Mets last year, KOing the Arizona Diamondbacks with a Game 4 home run off Matt Manti. Now he faces Felix Rodriguez with the bases loaded, 2 out, 2-2, 11th inning. And that's out of play, strike 1.
Gosh, it seems like the 2 hits to start this inning were a long time ago.
They were.
Man,
this has been a long half inning. Not only in pitch count, but in time off the clock with Rodriguez on the mound. He comes set in the 0-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Still throwing hard. 96 from Felix Rodriguez. Bases loaded, 2 away. 11th inning. Pratt rips 1 foul. Just blasted foul, and it's 1-2.
Turning on a fastball. Loud strike.
A 4-hour, 40-minute game to this point. A 2-2 score in the bottom of the 11th. The 5th pitcher of the night, Felix Rodriguez, is trying to send this game to the 12th. He's 1 strike away, 1 out away from doing that. Pratt steps out as Rodriguez steps off. Howard flinched but did not ring him up. 2-2.
Flinch he did. You can see that right shoulder. Watch the right shoulder. Whoa.
And the Giants, who took advantage of a near miss on a strike 3 called on Barry Bonds and rode that to a victory in game 1. Watch Pratt come inches away from an 11th inning strikeout. You see him live on for a 2-2 pitch, and now time called at the plate. No pitch. Still 2-2. Thing we know is Kurt Abbott will not bat here in the 11th inning.
That's right. The only reason he's on deck is to tell the runner at third, Joe McEwing, whether to get down in case the ball bounces away from Mirabelli.
Can Pratt end it? Into right center field. Bernard going to it. And game 3 goes to the 12th inning. Felix Rodriguez took his time in doing it. But as we go through 11 here in game 3, still tied 2-2. Well, the Mets will bring in a new hurler. 6th of the night for New York. And it's Rick White. White during the season was 2-3, an ERA of 3.81, picked up from the Devil Rays at the trading deadline. Had a good start to his career with the Mets, a good month of August, but in September couldn't get anybody out. Been working with his footwork off the rubber. He'll tell you that he's got his problems ironed out, but the San Francisco hitters will tell us that as well, as McEwing stays in the game at third base. Robin Ventura moves across the infield to first base. I think he's going to get a new glove, or get a new glove. Remember, Piazza's been lifted for the pinch runner McEwing. And it's Rick White on the mound and batting in the number 7 spot as Zeal is finished for the rest of the night.
And you're right, Joe. The hitters, the Giant hitters, will let Rick White know whether he's gotten his footwork worked out. Trying to get more strength and power and drive from the lower body.
Barry Bonds first up for the Giants. Showing bunt. And taking ball 1. The Giants want Barry Bonds swinging the bat. (2-0) from Rick White. And this crowd starts to groan already. Bonds, Kent, and Burks. If anybody gets on Snow. So the heart of this Giant order. 12th inning, a 2-2 game. Game 3 of this divisional series. 2-1.
Uncharacteristically, Barry Bonds going after ball 3. Usually a very patient hitter. Makes you come in his zone, but this ball up and away, has to reach for it. Not the type of swing you see Barry take with a count 2 balls and no strikes.
3-1. Jeff Kent next. White has to guide it into the strike zone, and Bonds took strike 2, 3-2.
I think that fastball was just out of the zone. I think Barry realized what he did 2-0. He's going to make White bring the ball back to the inside part of the plate, and that was a fastball away.
Now the 3-2. A leadoff walk, and a good start to this 12th inning for San Francisco. While Kent walks to the plate, we take you down to Josh Lewin. Josh?
All right, Joe, thank you. One thing to keep in mind right now with Rick White on the mound, 4 days ago he developed a pinched nerve in his neck. He says that's all better, but as chilly as it is right now, you have to wonder if that doesn't reoccur. He has a tough time, if indeed that pinched nerve is back, checking the runner off of first. we'll see what happens.
All right, Josh. Runner at first is Bonds after the walk, and here's Kent. 2 singles tonight. And a breaking ball's in for strike 1.
Things have a way to heal in postseason. Old expression, sleep in November. And get well in November, too. Pinch nerve or no pinch nerve. A good time for Bonds to think about running. You have a fresh arm behind the plate. Todd Pratt with not a chance to warm up.
Tailing fastball, strike 2.
Barry Bonds with 11 stolen bases and 14 tries during the season. Ellis Burks on deck.
Nothing and 2 on Kent. Got him looking. 3 pitches and Kent goes back to the Giants dugout.
I think Jeff Kent was looking for a waste pitch, and I think Todd Pratt wanted it outside. That ball right down the pipe. Fastball to a good fastball hitter. Shocked him.
Now Ellis Burks. Burks is homered in this series. Game 1. Tonight he has singled 1 out of 3 plus 2 walks. During the regular season, 24 home runs. And a strike over the outside part. Down the line. And off the pole. Against Hampton. From a 2-1 game to a 5-1 game and a 5-1 victory for the Giants. The 0-1. Ball and a strike.
Bonds wanted to run then. Gave a little fake break. I think first base coach Robbie Thompson came over to say something. Bobby waved him back into the coaching box. Robbie Thompson, the last Giant in uniform to play with that 1989 team that lost to the Oakland Athletics. Earthquake World Series.
Burks with a 1-ball 1-strike count. Played in 122 games during the regular season, fighting knee trouble all year. On the outside corner, strike 2. The Mets in the bottom of this 12th inning will have Abbott, Perez, and Alfonso. McEwing after Alfonso. Remember, Piazza was lifted for the pinch runner. Two out. Back-to-back strikeouts after White walked Bonds to start the inning.
First baseman, number 6, J.T. Snow.
15 strikeouts by Giant hitters on the evening. Man.
Reed struck out 6, Wendell 3, Franco 1, Benitez 3, and now White 2.
Running out of room at upper deck. K corner.
1 on, 2 out now, and here's J.T. Snow. And a bender is in there for a strike from Rick White. We would have to believe that the Mets are finished seeing Rodriguez after 2 long innings. One on, 2 out. Go ahead run at first. Snow took ball 1.
mystifying why Bonds has not at least taken off one time during the strikeout to Jeff Kent and then the strikeout to Ellis Burks. Nothing out of Barry Bonds.
And you made the point earlier, it completely changes the way the Mets would defend Snow in the outfield.
Sure.
The 1-1 missed outside. They're so deep right now to cut down the extra base hit. If Bonds steals second, they have to come in. Snow's up on the count here, 2-1, and we'll keep an eye on Bonds at first. Bonds, in case you're wondering, is 8 for 8 in the stolen base department in his postseason history. Not running, and ball 3 up and away, 3-1 with the catcher Mirabelli waiting on deck. By the way, the 8 for 8 ties Bonds with Ken Griffey Sr. and Walt Weiss for the most steals without being caught.
Here's that no double defense is right here. The outfielders are playing the periphery. They're playing as deep as they can play, not playing out of the ballpark. But if Snow walks, then you'll see him in considerably.
The 3-1 full count, and now Bonds is forced to run. Well, that is surprising, and now he will go with a 3-2 pitch to Snow. Bullpen of strength for these Mets coming into the postseason. Could be considered one for the Giants as well. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Bonds at first, 2 out. He'll go. JT Snow walks. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts in the inning, and now it's up to Mirabelli.
All the outfielders now moving in to normal depth because it's a single that would put the Giants ahead. Don't worry about no doubles defense anymore.
Mookie Wilson bringing them all in. Here's Mirabelli, who was a .230 hitter during the season. 6 homers, 28 RBIs. And he makes his first appearance in this division series. First at bat in the postseason for Doug Mirabelli. 2 on, 2 out. Strike 1 from White. Russ Davis, one of 2 remaining players on the bench for Dusty Baker. Calvin Murray being the other, is on deck to bat for Rodriguez. Pitcher spot after Mirabelli. 2 on, 2 out. Into right field. Perez is there, and this game goes to the bottom of the 12th. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts in the inning. Still 2-2. Bottom of the 12th with the number 9 man Abbott to lead it off. Back after this from your local Fox station. Well, a number of changes. Calvin Murray takes over in center field. That means that Marvin Bernard will shift over to right. Ellis Burks is finished for the rest of the night. And hitting in his spot is the left-hander Aaron Fultz.
Gave Dusty Baker a chance to put Fultz in the game in place of Ellis Burks. He'll hit 5th, and Calvin Murray will be the leadoff batter in the 13th should the Giants, of course, unless the Mets win it right here.
Abbott, first pitch swinging, checks on the shortstop. Martinez throws low but out, 1 away. Kurt Abbott 0 for 2 since entering in the 10th. That'll bring in Timo Perez.
Mets played the longest postseason game in Major League history back in 1986, the 16-inning game, Game 6 against the Houston Astros. That clinched it for the Mets, and then they went on to beat Boston in 7 on that miracle ball through the legs of Bill Buckner.
Showing bunt, taking a ball is Timo. Perez tonight. An RBI single back in the 6th inning. Floated that into left field to score Bordick, making it a 2-1 game. The Mets tied the game with a run in the 8th. 2-0.
Perez will probably take again right here. He's only 5'7". It says 5'9" in the media guide. Forget that.
The Criminals may get a night off if this game lasts any longer. Cops has already been bounced out of the lineup tonight. America's Most Wanted may be as well.
Not those Cops.
A squirter, a tester for Kent. Good play. 2 out.
With the Oakland Athletics beating the Yankees on the other side of town, 3-0 that game in the bottom of the 5th inning. Of course, the Bay Area against New York City, as far as baseball is concerned, snow retreating in time. It was a nice play by Jeff Kent. This has got to be a record for surfing in the Bay Area and in New York City, clicking back and forth for the A's, Yankees, and Mets, Giants.
2 out, nobody on, and Alfonso. Be careful if you're Aaron Foltz with Edgardo Alfonso. Their biggest home run threat with Piazza out of the lineup and Joe McEwing batting behind Alfonso in place of Mike Piazza.
And remember, we told you that Alfonso's long ball is on a fastball down.
It's down and out of the strike zone. 2-0.
Down and out over the plate, but preferably right in that area. That ball down and in to Alfonso. He doesn't miss that too often.
Up the middle, a base hit. Another hit for Alfonso. And he's on with 2 out to bring in McEwing. Alfonso 2 hits in tonight's game. 4 hits in this series. And really the only one in the big quartet of Piazza, Ventura, Zeal, and Alfonso who's doing anything in this series.
You can see that stroke. I think, pretty good exhibition of why he likes the ball down. That natural stroke. He is some ball player right there.
Here is McEwing. First at bat. Took over for Piazza on the bases as a pinch runner. Takes a ball. That was back in the 11th. The Mets have Bubba Trammell left on their bench. The Giants have Russ Davis. The Mets have Glendon Rush left in their bullpen. The Giants have Miguel Del Toro, a young right-hander, and Kirk Reeder, the lefty, who worked 4 1/3 innings 2 nights ago in Game 2. No runs allowed since the month of August for Foltz. One ball, no strikes. Staying away. If Joe McEwing can pull Foltz into left center field, he could end the game. Just wide open for McEwing in left center field.
Giants once again in that no doubles defense. That's one of the reasons you do that. You try to cut off a ball. But you're right. The big gap is in left center field.
3-0. For the more established RBI producer, Robin Ventura, waiting on deck. Foltz took care of the first 2 with no trouble. Abbott, then Perez. A hit by Alfonso, and now a 3-1 count on McEwing. full count, and the runner Alfonso will go.
You talk to Joe McEwing, that's probably why he took that pitch. If it's a ball, it's ball 4. But by taking it, now it's 3-2, and you've got the runner moving.
McEwing at the plate for the first time in the postseason. The 3-2. Runner goes and into the hole. Throw to second. Safe. Now they call him out as Alfonso went past the bag.
You got to slide there and prevent something like that from happening. That's a mistake by a great ball player, but a mistake nonetheless. Had he slid, no problem. By going in, standing up, comes off the bag and is tagged out by Kent. Wow.
So this game goes to the 13th. Still tied at 2. Now the 13th inning, still tied 2-2, and who knows what that base running mistake by Edgardo Alfonso just cost New York.
There were really 2 mistakes on that play. What is Martinez going to second base for with Alfonso running on the play? And the failure of Alfonso to slide. Just think about it. I don't think he thought Martinez was coming to second base, but when in doubt, slide. That's about as uncharacteristic a mistake by a guy with a foundation for the game as good as anybody playing the game today. Kind of an unbelievable thing that Alfonso wouldn't slide in a situation like that.
So now here in the 13th inning, it's Calvin Murray to lead it off. First at bat of this game against Rick White. And he pours a fastball in for strike 1. It'll be Murray, then Ramon Martinez, then Marvin Bernard. The 0-1. Strike 2.
Joe, Don Zimmer's comment to us about halfway through the season this year that more games, all things considered equal, more games are won and lost on the bases than any other facet of the offensive game. Boy, is that true.
Wouldn't chase that 1 and 2, and the reason being, and Joe Torre was chiming in at this point saying, we, meaning the managers, have made these players so reliant on the dugout, on the bench, being told what to do, to step off, to throw over, how big of a lead to get, where to play defensively. And once they're on the motion, on the move, on the bases, as that hits the outside corner, 1 away, and Murray's gone. But that's the one time when they're left to their own judgment, and their judgment is used so little that they don't learn how to run the bases properly, and that's the time where we, meaning those on the dugout bench or the base coaches, can't help.
Right.
I'm rambling now.
No, that's good. I mean, you're exactly right. I remember that conversation very well.
Time called as Ramon Martinez stands in.
In a sense, by becoming so much of a manager and a coach that you're always moving the players around defensively. In a sense, you rob them of their instinct to act and react on the bases. It takes imagination to be a good base runner. Boy, that is just an unbelievable mistake on Alfonso's part. You just can't believe it. You never see him make mistakes like that.
5 hours into a game, Alfonso commits that mistake in the 12th. By the way, they've changed the ruling on that ball hit by McEwing to a hit. Giving McEwing a hit.
Made sense.
And the 6-4 putout. The strike hits the inside corner to Ramon Martinez. Because in essence, Alfonso was safe at second. McEwing was on at first. Would have been a test for the shortstop. The man at the plate here, Martinez, had thrown McEwing out at first anyway. And the out occurred after that first and second situation. The 1-2 to Martinez, 1 out, nobody on. 2-2. Bernard next. Ramon Martinez came into this game in the 8th inning in the double switch when the Giants brought in Rob Nett. Will out an inherited base runner to score on a 2-out RBI double by Edgardo Alfonzo. The 2-2 to Ramon Martinez. Over but low, I guess. 3-2. Into center field, a base hit. Ramon Martinez, since entering in the 8th inning, is 2 out of 3. And there's the potential winning run here in the 13th inning. 1 on, 1 out with Bernard coming up.
Good at bat by the young Ramon Martinez. He breaks his bat. First time I've seen Martinez play. And there's some guys that you just watch the way they carry themselves and they look like major league players, and he's one of those young players. Handles himself very, very well.
Here's Bernard, runner at first, 1 out, and strike 1. The Mets have their left-hander Glendon Rusch getting ready out in the New York bullpen, as Bernard could not hold up. You have a lefty at the plate now. Bill Miller, a switch hitter who's better from the left side, and then Bonds. Here's the 0-1. Strike 2 on Bernard.
I think Bobby Valentine, if he puts Glendon Rusch into the game, the way you approach it is that Glendon Rusch is a starter in this game. He would be the last reliever. The only other pitchers available would be Bobby Jones, who's starting tomorrow. Mike Hampton and Al Leiter, obviously they're not going to. So you give the ball to Rusch and you say you're starting the game. Try to go at least 9 for us, or anything up to that.
1 and 2 on Bernard.
And I guess if the Giants and Dusty Baker decides to do something along those lines, Kirk Reeder would be the guy that he'd do it with, even though Reeder worked 4 1/3 2 nights ago. So.
Runner at first, 1 out, the 1-2, 2 out. 4 strikeouts now for Rick White.
The Giants have struck out 17 times this evening. Man.
Here's Miller. Miller with a double tonight. 1 out of 5 plus a sacrifice, and he takes a strike.
Every spot in the Giants order has struck out at least once tonight.
One on, 2 out. 1-1. Well, here you go, Tim. This is a 5-hour, 16-minute game at this point. The second longest game in postseason history. The longest was last year, right here, Game 5, when Ventura won that game with that grand slam single. 5 hours, 46 minutes.
How about that?
Miller checked his swing, and it's 2-1 from Rick White. And White wants an explanation from Jerry Crawford.
Did he go too far? It was close.
That, by the way, was a 15-inning game that the Mets won 4-3, only to go back to Atlanta and lose Game 6. 5:46. Miller dumps one into left field, a base hit. And now the Giants have Bonds walking to the plate with a chance to put San Francisco back out in front. 2 hits in the inning, and Bonds is coming up. Bobby Valentine wondering whether now is the time to bring in Glendon Rusch.
He is certainly ready. Against Rick White, his previous time he walked.
He'll stay with White. Bonds with 2 on, 2 out. Pops up. More postseason frustration for Bonds. Alfonso puts it away, and this game goes to the bottom of the 13th. Bonds hitless, and a long night at Shea. Bottom of the 13th, tied at 2. Fultz back to the hill, bottom of the 13th inning. The Mets coming to the plate. 2-2 game. What are the Yankees doing in the Bronx? The Oakland A's are leading 5-0 behind 22-year-old Barry Zito. Trying to force a game 5 in Oakland tomorrow night. Here's Ventura. And there's ball 1 that just missed from Fultz. Ventura, Agbayani, and Payton. Two and 0. To the right side, diving, stopped by Kent, gets up and took a hit away from Ventura. What a play by Jeff Kent.
Kent diving and skidding to his left, hugging the ground and throwing out Ventura. Great play by Kent. A lot of times you can catch a ball like that, but getting to your feet quickly enough to throw out the runner's the key. And he did exactly that. Fine play by Jeff Kent.
Agbayani takes the ball low. Fultz in his second inning of work. He relieved last inning and gave up a 2-out hit to Alfonso. Agbayani hits into deep left center. 13th inning. Mets win game 3. Hawaii, 13th inning, makes this Shea Stadium crowd erupt and gives the Mets a 3-2 victory. Benny Agbayani just let the dogs out.
Hawaiian punch.
He gave the Mets their first win of the season in Japan with a grand slam, and he gives them an enormous victory here in Game 3 of the division series in the 13th inning.
Not only was that ball a home run, that ball was thumped way out of here. Thunderhand strikes again.
somewhere in that mass of humanity is Josh Lewin. Josh, if you can hear me, it's all yours.
Well, it's easy to find the winner. Benny Agbayani, the Benny chants are deafening. Well, you're one away, Benny. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. We had to regroup after that other inning we had. We had our opportunities to close the doors, but we didn't. And, right there, we had to do it.
Tell me about when you hit the ball. Did you know it was gone right away?
Yeah, once I hit it, I knew it was pretty gone because the wind is blowing out there pretty hard.
How about these fans? 5.5 hours. It got a little cold. The Yankee traffic's going to be letting out soon. Nobody's going anywhere. It seems like quite a party.
Oh, yeah, I think the fans are still going to stay here. I think they're just going to wait for tomorrow and wait until we play the next game.
Benny, Russ Ortiz was great for 5 innings. You guys didn't have a hit. What was the mood like when you guys were down 2-0 for a while?
We're one of those teams that never say die because anything can happen. And, you got to give Russ Ortiz a lot of credit because he pitches butt off and he pitched a good game.
You guys ready for St. Louis if that happens?
Never know. I'm not going to say anything now. We got tomorrow.
No Atlanta Braves, though. That's okay with you?
Oh, yeah. It don't matter. When you come to the playoffs, they're going to be the 4 best teams in the National League. So you just got to be ready to play anybody, anywhere and anytime.
Congratulations, Benny. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Joe, back to you.
All right, Josh, second longest playoff game in postseason history, 5 hours, 22 minutes long. Benny Agbayani. He didn't know if he was going to make this team coming out of spring training. Won the first Mets win of the year with a grand slam, and he wins game 3 with a 13th inning homer. Back to Keith.